Hey guys! Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Probably should have checked that first. Oh well. Yes, I can be heard. Yay! Sorry guys. I was in the other room crocheting and hanging out with Spencer and we were messing around with music stuff and oh great, Dawn is back. Sarcastic yays. Yeah. I was in the other room and I kept asking like what time it was. I was like, I still got time. I still got time. I was like finishing up the thing that I was doing in crochet. And I was like, I looked at Spencer and I was like, what time is it? He's like, 8. I'm like, 8? He's like, 8. I'm like, ah, shit. So I ran in here. But yes, we are. This is way too much book to give to Dawn. I'm sorry. I'm also gonna put kittens on right away because I just can tell. I feel it in my bones. This is gonna be a really bad one. Like a really sad one. I'll also get the warnings on screen. So how's everybody doing? Are we good? How is everybody? Ready to be angry at a fictional teenager? Because I am. Um. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. All right, that's what I wanted to do. There we go. Copy and paste this. Yesterday, my cat suggested that we sit in my chair at my desk, but it had to be with the computer monitor on. He doesn't even watch the screen. That's adorable. Harry will get very annoyed. Like she'll sit on the couch in the morning, and she knows that that's when everybody's like getting their coffee, putting on either like news or like Monk reruns or something that we want to watch, you know. And she gets very annoyed when we forget that this is a routine that apparently she's very set on, because she will sit and she will just look at the TV and she will look at you and she will look at the TV like, what the fuck, bro? What's your deal, man? All right. Check. Low-key worried there will be riots in Oklahoma. Oh, because of the Trump arrests? Well, stay in, stay safe. Dawn would be the character you think died first and actually was the killer all along. Yes, yes, she would. He stayed there for less than 5. Finger kneading. Aw. Cute. Well, actually, I cried my eyes out for no reason most of this afternoon, so yeah, I'm ready to wish violence upon. Oh, I'm sorry, Ellery. I hate those moments. I'm just like, why am I crying? Damn it. While everybody is getting situated, I am going to pull up Kitten Stream right now. Just right now. Let's just get it going. What, already got a verdict in the... Okay. Ah, sorry. My true crime-ness is taking over my brain. Kitten Stream. Let's pick... what do we want? Let's see. Oh, kittens. Okay, this looks like a perfectly fine kitten stream. Cat stream. Stream of feline friends. Here we go. Yes, if you're new to these streams, welcome. You might want to go back and start with, this is book 11 in a series that we've been reading for months on this channel. And they get a little sad, and by a little sad, I mean I've cried more than once while reading these books. And it's fine, but it's also just the way that it is, so I always want people to be careful. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Nope, that's not what I want. What do I want? I want this. Sorry, I'm talking to myself so that I can get the kittens on stream without incident. Or without much incident. Alright, there we go. There's our kitten friends. Let's put the kittens up in the corner. Unfortunately, we do still have to see the book. We don't like Dawn. If you're new and you're curious as to why we're so salty about this, we do not enjoy Dawn as a character. Retraining other shows may return. There's a possibility. Ooh. Dawn, you're the wicked witch. To do some Dawn old-fashioned Dawn hating. I mean, there was a reason, but it was a very minor, stupid reason and did not validate how long I spent crying. I know that feeling. Yeah, I know that feeling. Oh, Sunny's Diary is going to be next week, and that's going to be hard. That's going to be really hard. Such your damage, Heather. Name him with Button speaking. Oh, I've always wanted to do that with my cats. The Cartoon Network decided to cancel stuff. I have broken Adult Swim. I would rather be friends with my high school nemesis than be friends with Dawn. That's a statement. And it's a true statement, but it is a statement. All right. Let's see. Let's get this up and going. All right. Should we just get into it? I'm just like, ugh, let's just jump in. Hello, guys. Oh, let me share it on the Discord. Sorry, that rustling you're hearing is I left all of my... Why is this not sitting correctly in the thing? Stay. Thank you. There we go. The whole thing crashed. Okay, hang on 1 second. I think this, so that I can see it, is important. If you're just joining us, we are about to start reading Dawn Diary 3, which the good news is, after this, we don't have any more Dawn Diaries. The bad news is, this is way too long of a book to give to Dawn. I'm so ready to hate on this fictional child. Hey, Daniel. In chat, just driving. Welcome. Very excited for tomorrow's fun as well. Oh, this needs to... Sorry, I'm just getting situated because I'm like, eh. There we go. Trying to see all the things at the same general time. Hi, Rex. Welcome. I'm going to share in our Discord server that we're going to start reading, and then we're going to start reading. There we go. Ah! Okay, hang on. Alright, just so that nobody has to see the analytics, the super fun analytics of the stream that we're streaming. I know that's everybody's favorite part, is seeing the analytics on screen, but, you know. No, don't end stream. The share stream button is right next to the end stream button, and I feel like that's bad design. You know what I mean? At everyone. Live now. Yeah. All right. There we go. Let's do the things, guys. There we go. We should be good now. Let's see. Unstayed, disintegrated. I mean, I have a lot of other stressors that built up, but the pen was apparently the thing that broke it. Yeah, that's the way that it is with me too. Sometimes it's just like one thing after another thing after another thing, and then you're just like, oh, this one little thing. You then like stub your toe and you cry for an hour, and you're just like, I'm so excited for the mid-season finale of Animorphs Season 1. I love that there's enough that we can break it into seasons. Couldn't find my favorite pen, and I realized it was at work in the break room. That's what pushed the frustration over. Sometimes it only takes a little thing, because it's not about the one thing. It's about all of the things, but that thing happens to be just like the last little bit that can't. The last straw, you know? My hot chocolate is not at all hot anymore, but let's go. All right. Dawn Diary 3. Oh, let me read the back. 1999. We're up to 99. So these were like 97, 98, 99. Like the first 5 in 97, the second in 98, and the third in 90. Okay. The back says, I'm so mad at Sunny, and yet she's my friend. She's been one of my best friends for so long. I miss her. I miss her a lot. I'm mad at her, and I miss her. Well, maybe you should apologize, Dawn. Let's just get that out of the way, because Dawn's definitely in the wrong at this point. I love how many times it says Dawn Diary 3. California Diaries. Dawn Diary 3. We're Betsy Howie. Dawn Diary 3. I'm starting to think that we're about to read Dawn Diary 3. Thanos snaps and Dawn disintegrates us. Thank you, Thanos. Although, like, Thanos was right, bros. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what they're thinking of specifically. It's the... Refocus, please. Thank you. It always this camera is always a little unfocused after we do a manga comic book stream or something of the like. Leave Dawn alone! A reference to Leave Brittany Alone. No, but see, the thing is, the person who said Leave Brittany Alone was 100% right. Anybody who's like, Leave Dawn alone, has not read these books or has not read them correctly. Watch Dawn. That is clearly about Dawn. Dawn of the third day. Oh my goodness. All right. Late Friday night, 2-5. Ah, the weekend. Here at last. I don't know why I'm so thrilled. It's not like I have plans or anything. It's just a nice break. This is such a draggy time of year. Even in California, we don't get all that snow and ice and slush we used to have in Connecticut. But we've had endless storms and rains. And oops, sorry, Gracie was crying. Now I'm back. I'm babysitting tonight. These are my big Friday night plans. Babysitting for Gracie and Jeff. This has been the great excitement of the week. On Tuesday, the groundhog saw his shadow. So we will have 6 more weeks of winter. Big deal. Doesn't he always see his shadow? He kind of always sees his shadow. I can never understand how that groundhog thing works. Year after year, it mystifies me. What is that groundhog's name? Punxsutawney Slim? No, dumbass, it's not. Sorry. I think he resides in Pennsylvania. And why does seeing his shadow mean a longer winter? If he sees his shadow, doesn't that mean it's a nice sunny day? Oh no, that's what my mom says too. She would agree with Dawn. And wouldn't that mean that we're already enjoying an early spring? Very strange. Oh well, I don't think Punxsutawney Slim's condition in Pennsylvania has all that much to do with California weather. Anyway, boy, Gracie is really fussy tonight. Maybe she's getting new teeth. I've decided to keep her up with me for a while. Now she's on her tummy on my floor, examining the bunnies on her blanket. She seems a lot happier, but I must get her back in her crib before Dad and Carol come home. They won't appreciate my laid-back babysitting techniques. Yikes, there's their car. What the fuck did I just read, Dawn? I like to think the 3 pages title of the author warning us that it contains Dawn narcissistic bullshit. That's Dawn Book 3, written by Dawn, directed by Dawn, produced by Dawn, illustrated by Dawn. Look, I know Dawn is 14, right? 13, 14, right? I know that's a terrible time. I know, but like, it goes beyond just her being a teenager, right? It's just, she's just the worst. Later Friday night, 2-5. Whoa, that was close. I scooped Gracie up and ran her back to her room. When Dad and Carol came in, they found me standing over Gracie's crib in the dark, talking softly to her like I'd been trying to soothe her for hours, but I just know that letting her get up is better for her. If I were a baby, that's what I'd want. Oh well. Dad paid me, and now he and Carol have gone to bed, so I'm the only one up. I can't sleep. I'm rolling that groundhog issue around in my head. She's still on the groundhog thing, which is absolutely insane. Whenever I start mulling over something as idiotic as a groundhog, I know something else is really bothering me. What is really bothering me tonight? I'm gonna take so much joy every time I see the groundhog Punxsutawney Phil now, and knowing that it's just pissing Dawn off. She's just like losing sleep over it. I had a bad day. I'm sorry, Natty. Hi, Natty. It's Dawn this time. Oh, God. I'm so sorry to cap off your bad day with Dawn, Natty, but hopefully we can cheer you up by hating on her. Easy. It's Sunny. We're still barely speaking to each other. I am so mad at her, and yet she's my friend. She's been one of my best friends for so long. I miss her. I miss her a lot. I'm mad at her, and I miss her. Glad we got that sorted out. Saturday, 2-6. I'm sitting in my bedroom looking out the window and across the yard at Sunny's house. It's bad enough being mad at your best friend, but when she lives right next door, it's just so uncomfortable. I wonder if Sunny feels the way I do. Possibly this doesn't matter to her just now. After all, her mother is back in the hospital. Maybe I'm not the center of Sunny's attention, considering that her mom is ill and dying in the hospital. But I don't know. I'm Dawn. These feel like the same amount of stress to me. In, out for how long? The last year or so at least. I hope I never get cancer. Don't we? Yeah, we all hope that, Dawn. Jesus Christ. Sunny spends a lot of her time and energy not visiting her mother in the hospital. She must have to go to great lengths to appear so busy that day after day she can't go to the hospital. I think I'll visit Miss Winslow this afternoon. Oh no. I would have taken Dawn to Europe and left her there. Honestly, I hate interacting with people. Same thing. What did she say? I know, right? We in chat should absolutely make a big deal out of Groundhog's Day forward as International Anti-Dawn Day. Yes, I wish we had gotten to this just like a month and a half ago so that we could have celebrated International Anti-Dawn Day. I'm making it a decree as the queen of nostalgia. The Groundhog Day shall henceforth be known as Anti-Dawn Day. Jesus, kid, maybe he's high looking inward. Dawn, this is what bothers me. Us. Yeah, that's nice how Sunny and Ducky need some water, food. Dawn, eat shit. Yeah, right. We're like, are you okay? Our kids, are our children okay? Okay, fuck off, Dawn. Dawn's Day. Yes. Dawn's Day. Other day, got my own bag. Didn't suck so. Bright side? Nice. That's nice. My bangs need to be trimmed. I'm trying to hold out until next week when my aunt is here, because she's a hairdresser and she can cut them, so I'm just like, I always feel bad. She comes to visit, I'm like, hey, auntie, love you, good to see you. And then I'm just like, she's like, you need me to do your hair. I'm like, do you mind? do we don't stay? Because clearly she does know that, right? I love how Dawn knows exactly how much time Sunny does or doesn't spend with her mom, because she does know that, right? Oh yeah, for sure. She's like, I know Dawn. I know Sunny. I know all of the things that Sunny does. What about you? Oh my god. Okay, we're only like 3 pages in. Jesus Christ. Later, Saturday afternoon. Oh my god. Mrs. Winslow looks dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Her hair was just starting to grow back, and then they began chemo on her again, and now it's coming out in brushfuls. I bought her a new scarf today so we could experiment with styling. She tied it on her head so that just a few wispy bangs were showing. How should I fix these, Dawn? She said. She was looking at her bangs in a hand mirror and holding up a comb. Maybe sort of over the side, I suggested. So she ran the comb through the bangs and pulled them out. I mean, all the bangs, clean out of her head. I nearly cried. But Mrs. Winslow just held a big pair of gold hoop earrings and said, well, if I want the pirate look, it'll work better without the bangs. And then she dropped her bangs into the, this is so sad, wastebasket on top of another clump of hair. I forced a laugh. The pirate look. Oh, that's your best look. Mrs. Winslow set the comb and mirror aside. She put on the earrings. How's Gracie? She asked. Teething, I replied. Oh, poor you. Poor all of you. Jeff got up in the middle of the night and slept on the kitchen floor, I told her. He tried the bathroom first, but the kitchen was farther away from Gracie's room. Anything to escape the screeching. I slept with my headphones on. Smart girl, said Mrs. Winslow. I really wanted to ask if Sunny had been by recently, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to put Mrs. Winslow in the middle. She knows Sunny and I aren't speaking much, and she feels bad about it. She also feels hurt that Sunny visits her so rarely, but she doesn't mention it. At least not to me. After all, Sunny is her daughter. She doesn't mention it to me, but I know her feelings better than anybody. I tried to make myself useful. I watered Mrs. Winslow's flowers. I tidied a pile of newspapers and magazines and set them under the visitor's chair. Mrs. Winslow is lucky to have a private room, but God, it's tiny. You can barely walk around her bed. The rest of the furniture consists of a narrow table that slides across the bed so she can eat, which she hardly ever feels like doing. The visitor's chair, just one, a TV, which is bolted high up in a corner of the room and is really hard to operate, and the wastebasket, that's it. I tidied up in like 45 seconds. After that, I filled the water glass and got Mrs. Winslow another blanket. She's cold all the time. By then, I was starting to get nervous that Sunny might show up after all, and I really didn't want to run into her. But you just said she's not there enough. What the fuck? I put my jacket on. So how long do you think you'll be here this time? I asked. Mrs. Winslow shrugged. I never know. A while, I guess. I nodded. Then I kissed her cheek, said goodbye, and left. You know what? This is completely ridiculous, but every time I kiss Mrs. Winslow, this teeny tiny part of me wonders if you can catch cancer. What a fucking dumbass. I know you can't, and still I wonder. Holy shit, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody say. What? So does she know how much Sunny is there or not? Dawn, why? What the fuck? All about me. I know Sunny better than her. You're right. Dawn, no. Sunny, Molly, and Maggie can absolutely take turns bitch slapping Dawn. Yes. 3 Dawns in a trench coat. That one is probably named after Dawn Star Lucifer. I've read Mary Ann and the Big Playground Fight yet. but I read the plot, and when I read the Dawn doesn't feel like going to Europe, I got mad. Yeah, that makes me mad. You know, someone her age needs to slap the shit out of Dawn and tell her to mind her damn business. Well, antisocial social club shirts? That, but anti-Dawn Dawn club shirts. I can do that. I can sure do that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Dawn's Day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, this is how the week goes. Kingdom Hearts Day, Read Day, Dawn's Day, Animorphs Day, Gabe Day, Free Day. That's our week. You can't catch cancer, Dawn, but you can catch these hands. Holy shit, that's funny. You can't catch cancer, but you can catch these hands. Saturday night 2-6. I love Ducky. I really do. When I came back from the hospital, I walked by the Winslow's house and saw him sitting on their front porch. Hey, Ducky, I called. Hey, he replied. He stood up. What are you doing? I asked. I dropped by to see if Sunny was home. I guess she isn't. I love Ducky and Ducky loves Sunny deeply, like a sister. And I love him like a brother. Well, that's not quite true because I do not feel the way about Ducky that I do about Jeff. Although, maybe that's because Ducky is 16 and Jeff is 10. What I'm trying to say is that there is no boyfriend-girlfriend thing going on between me and Ducky or Ducky and Sunny. Ducky just loves Sunny and me, Maggie, and Amalia too. He likes to take care of his friends. He's especially protective of Sunny right now. Ducky would never date you, Dawn. Ducky trotted across the Winslow's lawn. I was just at the hospital, I told him. With Mrs. Winslow? Yeah. Was Sunny there? Ducky. Ducky shrugged. Just asking. I said, A, she hardly ever goes to the hospital, and B, we still aren't speaking, so we certainly wouldn't have gone to the hospital together. I took off my baseball cap and put it on Ducky's head. I just thought you might have run into each other there. Ducky's like, Jesus, I'm sorry for being born. God. Nope. Want to come over? Sure. Ducky and I sat at our kitchen table and split a bottle of spring water. Carol joined us for a while. Split? Could you give him his own bottle of water? Hey guys, just coming in. This is the Hate on Dawn Club. Welcome. Club is now in session. Carol joined us for a while. She sat down on the other side of the table and began to breastfeed Gracie. Ducky hasn't been at my house that often, so he doesn't know Dad and Carol very well, but this didn't stop Carol. She didn't even hesitate before lifting up her shirt. At least she kind of rearranged herself and Gracie's blankets so that not too much of her breast showed, and Ducky barely batted an eye. Because it's not weird, Dawn. It's normal. That's how humans exist. I mean, you can also bottle feed your baby, but most people breastfeed their baby. That's kind of the whole... He didn't look, and he didn't make a big deal about not looking. He is incredible that way. I kept telling myself that breastfeeding is a natural bodily event, but really, in front of my friends, eventually Carol and Gracie left. Ducky and I paged through the Corner Bulletin, which is the new community newspaper. It's like 8 pages long. Hey, look, Vanish is going to be playing next week at the high school in Verona. Cool. They're advertising now, said Ducky. And at that very moment, almost as if she'd overheard us, Amalia called. I picked up the phone, heard her voice, and shrieked. We just saw the notice about Vanish in the newspaper, I cried. How come you guys are playing in Verona? Hey, we have a reputation now, Amalia said. People know us. The offers are pouring in. We chatted for a few minutes and then hung up. Ducky left. I was at loose ends. I called Maggie. Ostensibly, I was calling just to say hi, but I tried to work food into the conversation. Oh, God. I wanted to hear Maggie say she'd been eating like a normal person lately, or that she had... Don't say it like that. Or that she had gained 5 pounds and needed to buy new clothes. Something, but she didn't pick up on my cue. She probably did and just didn't want to talk about it. Dawn's mother, why didn't I use birth control? I guess I was too subtle. Anyway, she's much better these days. Dr. Fuentes is really helping her work things out. When I hung up the phone this time, I just sort of sat at the table. I thought about what a weekend in Stony Brook, Connecticut would have been like. Mary Ann and Claudia and Stacy and everyone in and out of the house, babysitting, so many activities that by the end of the weekend, I would need another weekend just to recover. So many activities. What I really mean is so many friends. So many close friends. I don't seem to have that now, not with everything changing, not without Sunny. And then meanwhile, back in Stony Brook, they're just like having a party because Dawn's not in town. Dawn, that's none of your business. Hi, Sean. Welcome. I want to see Dawn get eaten by a giant monster. Ducky would never date her for so many reasons. Oh, yeah. Look, there's a lot of stupid I can tolerate. But when it comes to stupid ignorance about cancer specifically, I get irrationally angry. Yeah. 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 Am I hearing fireworks or am I hearing gunshots? Could be either. Anyway, Ellery just said these hands are rated E for everyone. Yes. And he throws water on Dawn. Dawn, I'm melting! What do I do to deserve this? Oh! You know, the Wicked Witch is more redeemable than Dawn. Easily. Ducky, not even if I was straight and you were the last person on Earth. Look, I think there's a possibility that Ducky is, like, bi or pan, but, like, look, man. Even if Ducky knew his identity in any capacity and was even remotely interested in girls, he still wouldn't date Dawn. All business is Dawn's business. Who put you on the planet? Mr. Schafer. Can I help you, officer? Officer, are you the father of Dawn Schafer? Mr. Schafer. Yes, officer. You're under arrest. Sunday, 2/7. Guess what? I took off on my bike for a ride this afternoon, and when I got home, Sunny was darting across our backyard in the direction of her house. I found Carol and Gracie in the kitchen and 2 bottles of spring water on the table. Now, Gracie certainly wasn't drinking that bottled water, so I said, Carol, was Sunny just here? Carol looked uncomfortable, but she replied, yeah, she came over to visit Gracie. She has awfully good hearing, I commented. Gracie? No, Sunny, she's fast, too. What do you mean? Asked Carol. I mean that she must have zipped out the back door the very second she heard me putting my bike away. She had almost reached her yard by the time I saw her. Very quick. She must be in good shape from all those trips she's been making to the hospital. Dawn? Well, she makes me so mad. She sneaks around visiting you and Gracie right under my nose, but she never visits me, and she never visits her mother either. Dawn literally was just like, ew, I hate you, Sunny. And then was like, why doesn't Sunny talk to me? Ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. Or not dead, the witch is gone, the witch is gone. She's dealing with things in her own way, Dawn. You mean she's avoiding things in her own way. Honey, this is an extremely difficult time for her. Her mother is not doing well, you know that. Yes, because I'm the one who visits her mother. But she's Sunny's mother, not yours, Dawn. We don't know how we'll react when we find ourselves in difficult situations. We always think we know, but we don't, not really. But I'm in the same difficult situation she is. My hands are also rated E for my hands are rated E for especially Dawn. Hi, pizza. We're all hating on Dawn. It's very cathartic for all of us. Channel your rage for whatever you've had happen the past week into hating on Dawn. No, you're not, because Mrs. Winslow isn't your mother. I stared at Carol, and neither are you, I thought. For just one little tiny split second, I hated Carol. The moment passed. I shrugged and stood up from the table. I used to think of Carol as my wicked stepmother, but not anymore. She can still drive me crazy, but in a more normal way. I changed the subject. How are Gracie's teeth? Coming in just fine, Carol grinned. She'll be well armed when she reacts to the biting stage. Carol put the empty bottles in the recycling can. I hope Dawn has to babysit for all the biting stage. Then she said, Dawn, I'm convinced that you and Sunny will be friends again one day. Just give her time. My hands are rated D for Dawn. I almost said that too, but I was like, E for especially Dawn. It's pretty easy to hate Dawn. My hands are always free to slap Dawn's face. Dawn is just so horrible. Sunday night, 2/7. I am bored. What a rich and fulfilling weekend this has been. Babysitting for 3 hours, one hospital visit, one bike ride, a few dull phone calls, playing Monopoly with Jeff, watching Gracie's teeth come in, homework, yada yada yada. I am exhausted from all the excitement. Dawn probably watches Seinfeld and thinks that they're all good people. Isn't that what weekends are for? I'm like, Sunny Carol, what the fuck? Yeah, right? Don't wish that on Sunny. Sunny does not need Dawn in her life. No one needs Dawn in their life. I'd love to see a spin-off series nowadays with a teenage Gracie just being like... So I have this bitchy sister named Dawn. Later Sunday night, 2/7. I heard somewhere that if you want excitement, you have to create it, or maybe I made that up. Anyway, after letting boredom wash over me, I decided to unbore myself. First, I called Maggie again. Hey, I said. Hey, she replied. What are you doing? Studying history test tomorrow. First thing. Ugh. I think Maggie wanted to get off the phone, but that would have made for a sad first attempt at unboring myself, so I just asked point blank. How's your weight? I'm getting a Dawn headache. Probably be like, friends and her favorite character is Ross, right? Dawn, what the fuck? You can't yeah, how's your weight? I know you're dealing with an ED. Jesus Christ. I wonder why she wants to get off the phone. Hold the book a little bit better so everybody can see. Maggie was in a huge rush to get off the phone. Fine, I gained 2 more pounds. She actually sounded proud of herself, which pleased me. I didn't think we would have to eat any more meals watching Maggie pick at a carrot, shaving, and then announcing that she was full. Well, I really have to finish studying, said Maggie. Very few things can come between Maggie and her studying. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yeah, see you. I put the phone down, then picked it up and called Ducky. What are you doing? I asked him. I just finished dinner. I looked at my watch. Now? It was 9:45. Yeah, I thought my brother was coming home, but I guess he isn't. Not yet, anyway. So I finally took the pizza out of the oven. I ate all of it except for 2 pieces I dropped on the floor. I saved those for Ted. I laughed. Ducky didn't. I thought he sounded a little sad or something. Ducky, is everything okay? Sure. It's almost like other people have feelings, Dawn. I knew it wasn't. I cast around for what could be wrong. Let's see. I was worried about Sunny. He was worried about Sunny. He missed his parents. Oh wait, Alex. He missed Alex or felt guilty about him or was mad at him. Is it Alex? I asked. Ducky was startled. What? Is that what you're upset about? I didn't say I was upset. I know, but you are. Ducky sighed. I called his mother today. Alex probably isn't going to come back to Vista anytime soon. Really? Yeah, why not? He just isn't. But why? I pressed. He needs special treatment for at least a few months. I guess he'll be in a hospital or something. I didn't know what to say. I mean, he's Ducky's best friend and he tried to kill himself. Dawn, said Ducky after a moment, it's okay. I mean, I know it will be, anyway, but it's awful right now. Yeah, what's the worst part? Ducky paused for so long and then said, is it that you miss him? Ducky paused for so long that I said, "Is it that you miss him?" "No." "What then?" "That I think I could have prevented it from happening." "Oh, Ducky, don't do that to yourself." "Anyway, you kept the worst from happening," I pointed out. Yeah, Ducky did not sound convinced. I changed the subject. "Sunny came over today." "You're kidding, really?" "To visit Carol. She fled when I came home." "I'm glad she talks to Carol," said Ducky. For some reason, tears sprang to my eyes. "Well," was all I managed to say. "Dawn, just go easy on her." This book better end in a fucking intervention for Dawn and her dumbassery. Dawn would have thrived as a TikToker. Oh yeah. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yes, she would have. Dawn would definitely be the kind of person that just starts like starts drama on Twitter just for attention. Run, Maggie, run for the hills. All due respect, you dumbest girl in the universe, and we all hate you. All due respect is such a great phrase because it's just all the respect you deserve. Which isn't necessarily any respect if we're talking about Dawn. And clearly you shouldn't say or do research on it, or at least make it work. Yeah, right? I'm guessing this is our final Dawn book. How awful is she here? Scale of 1 to 10. 13, at least. And yes, this is our final... We'll obviously have some Dawn books in the Babysitter's Club, unfortunately, but this is our final California Diaries Dawn. And it's quite a hefty book for the all things considered. Yeah, watching her deal with ED is such a trial for you. Yes, it's all about Dawn. Hi, Tarfield Owl. You'll have her in Welcome Home, Marianne. Yeah, that's true. We're not done with Dawn forever, but this is the last California Diaries Dawn diary. Where did I leave off? When Carol says things like that, to go easy on Sunny, whose mother is dying, I want to stick my tongue out at her. When Ducky says them, I just love him even more. Okay, I replied. Even later, Sunday night 2/7. After I hung up the phone, I was going to call Amalia, but the conversation with Ducky had tired me out. And then the phone rang and it was Amalia, of course. When Carol called me to the phone, she had to whisper, "Tell your friends not to call so late." I looked at my watch again. It was 10:05. I couldn't decide whether that was actually late for a phone call, so I didn't say anything. I just took the phone from Carol. "Hi, it's Amalia," said Amalia. "Is it too late to call?" I considered. "Carol thinks so, but I don't," I said finally. "There is a newborn baby in this house." Amalia laughed. Then we talked about school and Brendan and Maggie and Ducky and even Sunny a little. Finally, I noticed that Carol was standing in the kitchen doorway, circling her finger at me, which is her embarrassing way of silently telling me to wind up the call. I made a face, but when we reached a lull in the conversation, I said, "Amalia, I have to go." I was going to whisper that Carol was making me get off the phone, but she was still standing right there. Luckily, Amalia understood. "Yeah, my dad's telling me to go too. I'll see you in school tomorrow." It is exhausting how dumb this bitch is. Hi, it's Dawn again. Around every character known to existence. No! Ding dong, the dawn is done for. Yes. Manifesting an apocalyptic future where Dawn is the only one to not survive. Yes. I won't be here for the Sunny Diary because it's just too emotionally difficult for me. That's totally fair, Patrick. You'll be with us in spirit, and that's totally, totally understandable. Wait, not either, TBH. Yeah, that one's gonna be hard. That one's gonna be really, really hard. That's really, really hard. Good night, Mary Ann. Why the fuck are you here, Dawn? These books would have worked better if they replaced Dawn with Stacy, kept everyone else, and called it New York Diaries. Yeah. Yeah. It makes her look vapid and dumb. Like, poor me. All my friends have hard lives, and I'm here. Now they're not thinking about me. They're thinking about their own feelings. Study hall, Monday 2/8. Last night, when I got off the phone, I didn't go to sleep. I had created enough excitement with my phone call so that I was just a little too keyed up to fall asleep. I found the newspaper and took it into bed with me. Not that dinky 8-page paper, but the Palo City Weekly paper. I thumbed through it. I've never heard somebody be elitist about a newspaper. I thumbed through it. Headlines ran by my eyes. Stuff about the school board, potholes, the town's budget, yawn, yawn, yawn. Then I read the wedding announcements, the birth announcements, and the police blotter. And then a headline caught my eye that was so exciting it was responsible for keeping me up until nearly 3 o'clock. It read, Jax to play in North Palo since I didn't believe... Jax to play in North Palo. Since I didn't believe this could actually refer to the Jax, I almost turned the page, but something made me glance at the article anyway, and I nearly began screaming. I had to read the first paragraph twice to make sure I understood it, but sure enough, it said that Jax, the rock phenomenon from Belgium, was going to play a concert, a single concert, at a club in North Palo in a few weeks. Jax, the real Jax. The band of my dreams, the band for which Pierre X is one of the singers. I know almost nothing about him except that I am in love with him. I have to get to that concert, Jesus Christ. How very dare they have problems that don't revolve around you, Dawn. Also, I would like to see a fan-made New York Diaries. I would too. Is Dawn the proto-Cassie from Euphoria? I've never actually watched Euphoria, but telling me that tells me a lot about Cassie as a character. Math class, Monday 2/8. Possible names X could stand for. Xavier. Is that a Belgian name? She's such a dumb bitch. It feels like Anne M. Martin just hated Dawn so much, and when people just weren't getting the message, she just started making her worse and worse. Does it have to be a Belgium name? Maybe Pierre's family is from some other country. Xanadu. Well, you never know. Xerxes. That is the dorkiest name in the history of the world, but there just aren't that many names that begin with X. I'm desperate. Anyway, maybe Pierre shortened his name precisely because it is dorky. Extremely adorable without the E. Monday afternoon 2/8. I almost got caught, which would have been majorly humiliating. Amanda Jansen walked by my desk really slowly, and I realized that she had noticed I was writing in my journal. I guess she just had to see what I was writing about. Clearly, Amanda does not yet understand the concept of our journals. Maybe she will after she's been at Vista a little longer. Anyway, back to more important things. I have to get a ticket to that concert. Yeah, I also would love to do a fan New York Diaries. Wednesday 2/10. Reasons I am in love with Pierre. 1, that he's so cool when he's on stage. 2, when he sings, he closes his eyes and you can just tell that he's lost in his own world, which must be a wonderful place. 3, I've never seen him in person, but I imagine that when he sings, he gets a little bit sweaty. Not drippy sweaty, but just damply sweaty. What the fuck? So you can just barely smell it, and it isn't a bad smell, but actually attractive. Like, you sort of want to lean into him and collapse against his chest. What the fuck? Imagines again? What hellscape have I found myself in? 18 playing a 13-year-old. That happens a lot. There's a lot of reasons why you would want an 18-year-old or older to play a teenager. 4, his hair curls at the nape of his neck. 5, when he gives interviews, he looks right into the eyes of the interviewer. If I were that interviewer, I would melt into a puddle, and his eyes are piercing yet gentle. They are sincere eyes. Oh god, idle stuff. Oh god. Thursday, 2/11. Jack's tickets go on sale Monday. Numbered bracelets for the tickets will be given out on Saturday. I have to get a ticket. I have to see Pierre live in person. I hope somebody else gets a ticket and doesn't take her. Later, Thursday, 2/11. Also, I have to get to North Palo on Saturday so I can stand in that bracelet line. The bracelet line could be my only ticket to a ticket to seeing Pierre live. I will have to handle this subject carefully with Dad and Carol. I don't think they're going to want to drive me to North Palo to wait in an endless line. Of course, they are not going to want me to attend a late-night concert at a club in North Palo either, but I'll cross that bridge after I've got a ticket. I think I'll call Maggie. Thursday night, 2/11. Maggie must be the only 13-year-old in the entire country who doesn't want to go to the Jax concert. It's really unfortunate since I know her father would have provided his limo and driver to take us there. Well, she doesn't, so deal with it. This is my disappointing conversation with Maggie. Hey, it's me. Hey, Dawn. Hey, so how many tickets are you going to try to get for Jax? Jax? The group? What group? Maggie is clueless. You know Pierre X. Not a glimmer of recognition. Well, then I guess you aren't going to be lining up for a bracelet? No, should I? I guess not. Not if you don't know Jax. I really don't. That's okay. They're kind of new. After we hung up, I had a brainstorm. Call Amalia, much more sensible. I should have called her in the first place. Huh. About it. I'm sorry, Natty. That sucks. New York Diaries. Can would be so cool. New York itself is a great setting. Michael. Hi, Michael G. Stacy could deal with her insecurities, with her diabetes, maybe have a friend with a mob family and an immigrant friend. I love it. Did I send you Dork Diaries? I don't think so. Sorry. Yeah, that sucks. Maybe she knows it. Or her, right, maybe she knows you're just using her. I hope Maggie gets tickets and goes without Dawn. Later Thursday night, 2/11. Not only is Amalia going to try to get tickets to Jax, but Isabel wants to go too, and some friend of Isabel's boyfriend is taking his band to North Palo first thing Saturday morning. There's room for me. Tomorrow at breakfast, I'll ask Dad if I can go. I'll try to catch him when he's really busy, like feeding Gracie and reading the newspaper at the same time. When I mention it's a daytime trip and Amalia will be along too, I think he'll say okay. Homeroom Friday morning, 2:12. It worked. Dad said yes. I can't wait to tell Amalia the news. Friday afternoon, 2:12. My plans for tomorrow. 1. Set alarm for 5:30. Have I ever gotten up at 5:30 on a Saturday? 2. Hope to be out of bed by 6 o'clock. 3. At 6:45, van will arrive. 4. Bracelets will be given out, starting at 10, but we want to be in line early just in case. This is our only shot at tickets. 5. While we're waiting in line, one of the two of us can leave and bring food back for the others. My fingers are crossed. Friday night, 2:12. A close call a little while ago. I was starting to get ready for bed when Dad knocked on my door. Where is it you're going tomorrow morning? He asked. To North Palo? And this is for a concert? Oh no, it's just to see about some tickets, I said vaguely. Dad? Jeff called from his room. Can you help me? Perfect timing, little brother. I thought Dad has not come back to my room. I think he's forgotten. Saturday night, 2:13. It's because you're very forgettable, Dawn. You're not important at all. Whoa, what a day. I managed to get out of the house before anyone else was actually up. I got nervous when I heard Gracie cry at 5 minutes to 6, but Carol took her into bed with her and Dad, and they all went back to sleep, so no one else was up when I ran outside to get in the van. I left a really bright and pleasant note on the kitchen table saying I'd be back by the afternoon. Everyone in the van was sleepy, but keyed up. Isabel and her friends were drinking coffee from a thermos. I could not even pretend to like coffee, so I just pretended that I was older than 13. No one paid attention to Amalia and me, though. They left us alone in the back seat. Guess what? We were not the first in line. About 40 people were there ahead of us, camped out along the sidewalk. By 10, hundreds of people were in line behind us. Literally hundreds. I was amazed. Amalia and I left our group a couple of times to buy juice and fruit, and we kept bumping into people we knew. I saw kids I hadn't seen in years, kids who had lived on my street and moved away, kids who had transferred from Vista to other schools. I even saw our old babysitter. They're all hiding from you, Dawn. Our old babysitter, Carl. I'll have to ask Jeff if he remembers Carl. Anyway, right at 10 o'clock, they began giving out bracelets. Amalia and I looked at the numbers on ours and shrugged. Well, said Amalia. Well, I said, we'll keep our fingers crossed. We were home by 11 o'clock. Jeff doesn't remember Carol. Or Carl, sorry. There's a Carol and there's a Carl, and my brain mixes them up. You see, my friend offered me a ticket to see Five Sauce. I never expected her to or tried to use her at all. Yeah, because that's how normal people who are decent people, that's how good people react, like deal with situations. Hi guys, just coming in. I hope you're here to hate on Dawn, because that's what we're doing tonight. Stacy, wait a minute, your father is... Mother. They sense your awfulness, Dawn. They know. They feel it in the force, Dawn. Okay. Later, Saturday night, 2:13. Waiting. I just read in People that Pierre X witnessed a minor car accident in Malibu last week, and he stopped to help the people in the cars. No one was too seriously hurt, but Pierre waited with them until the paramedics arrived. He handed out autographs before he left. Pierre is so kind. Even later, Saturday night, 2:13. I wonder if Pierre has a house in Malibu. Maybe Amalia and I should try to get to Malibu someday. Is Pierre listed as a star on a star map? Try to find out. He probably isn't, since his main residence is in London. Sunday, 2:14, Valentine's Day. I can't believe it. I've been so caught up with Jax and Pierre and tickets that I actually forgot it was Valentine's Day until I came down to breakfast this morning and found envelopes and little hearts all over the table. Carol had made the kitchen look very festive. She even bought presents for everyone. She gave me silver heart-shaped earrings and red heart-shaped soap. I'll have to make some Valentine's Day cards this afternoon. It's Gracie's first Valentine's Day. Yeah, because no one loves you, Dawn. That's how you forgot it was Valentine's Day. Monday, 2:15, President's Day. No school. Isabel and friends are driving back to North Palo this afternoon. Amalia and I will go with them. By tonight, I'll know whether I'll get to see Pierre live. I only have enough money to buy one ticket, but that's all I need. My fingers are permanently crossed. Monday night, 2:15, desolation. Amalia and I joined the crowd of people in North Palo again. We held our breath as a number was called out. It was 2:48. I didn't even need to look at the number on my bracelet. I already knew it was 681. There was no way I was going to be able to buy a ticket. People lined up according to their bracelet numbers, starting with 248. Each person could buy 1, 2, 3, or 4 tickets. The club seats 400 people. Tickets were sold out by bracelet 507. Amalia and I tried not to cry on the way home. I feel bad for Amalia. Tuesday, 2:16. Mrs. Winslow is home from the hospital. Carol just told me. I think I'll go visit her. I know Sunny isn't there. Jesus Christ. Tuesday evening, 2:16. I don't know why the doctor sent Mrs. Winslow home. She looks awful. Maybe she just wanted to be at home But still, is it safe? What if something happens? Well, you know more than the doctors, Dawn. Obviously. It's like, held up. Did anybody consult the dumbass 14-year-old that lives across the street from this woman? An aide was with Mrs. Winslow when I rang the bell. She was helping her take a shower. Mrs. Winslow can't stand up for very long, so she sits in the special shower chair. I stayed with Mrs. Winslow for a while. After her shower, she is now completely bald. She didn't bother to wear a scarf or anything at first. Then she got cold and put on a hat. I came home and cried. Thursday, 2/18. Mrs. Winslow is back in the hospital. I guess she wasn't ready to come home after all. Oh gosh, that would be dark, but that would be a deep story. That could be good. Dawn the Menace. Dawn is the Menace. Carol is coming. Dark clouds are coming in. Oh god, it's Dawn. So basically, he's a decent person. Yeah. Which is good. I'm glad that PRX is a good person. But you know, death to Dawn. So I left my house without telling my mom. At that age, she'd end me, right? Oh my god. Yeah, my mom would not be happy. It's a very detached parents. Thursday night, 2/18. Just when I was feeling my worst, really horrible, Ducky called. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I haven't talked to Ducky in a few days, so I had no idea that he'd been in line for Jack's tickets, and his bracelet was 261, and so he scored 4 tickets. Now get this, he just called and said he wants to take Amalia, Sunny, and me to the concert. When Ducky told me this, I screamed so loudly into the phone that I hurt his ear, and he yelped. Oh. And Carol thought something had happened to me and came flying into the kitchen to see what was the matter. The moment she came flying in, I realized something. I couldn't tell her why I had screamed because I can't tell her about the concert. Not yet. I'm going to have to approach the concert issue very carefully. Dad and Carol are not going to take well to the concert. I mean, I don't think that I can say to them, can Ducky drive Amalia and Sunny and me to North Palo late on a Friday night to go to Jack's concert in a club where liquor will be served? Well, you're not gonna... Okay. They're not gonna serve liquor to the 14-year-old. But yeah. And expect them to reply, oh, sure, honey, you go along, have lots of fun. Anyway, I'm off the subject. I waved Carol out of the kitchen, saying, oh, Ducky just told me some good news. Sorry I scared you. Then I apologized to Ducky for nearly destroying his hearing. He said, that's all right. I guess we should get used to it. The concert is going to be really loud. So anyway, this means you want to go? Are you kidding me? Yes. Yes. I hope they don't let her go. Yes. I paused. I hope Dad and Carol will let me go, I added. You think they might not? I don't know. A late night drinking at the club, said Ducky. Well, talk to them and let me know what happens, okay? Sure. I may have to work on them slowly, though. Into the Dawniverse. Rather taking me to the concert than me lying to them about it. Yeah. You know, maybe ease into it and just let people jump ship before it happens? Yeah, I do think that would be a fun offshoot series. Someone send this clip to Ann M. Martin. We would like a follow-up called the New York Diaries, perhaps, about Stacy in New York with her New York friends. Possibly set in the right time frame for them to be dealing with 9/11. Friday 2/19. Of course, all I have been able to think about since last night is the concert. I am really and truly going to get to see Pierre X. I still can't quite believe it. Last night I actually pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't, and now I have a bruise on my thigh, dumbass. I have been daydreaming endlessly about Pierre. It will be fantastic to see him in person, but what if somehow I get to meet him? Maybe Ducky and I could hang around the back entrance of the club, and when the band members leave, I could thrust a slip of paper at Pierre and he could autograph it for me. Maybe he would even write his full name and I would find out that X, what the X is for. No, I can't hang around and wait for his autograph like some silly Beatles fan. That's no good. Yeah, this is... How dare those Beatles fans be fans of a great band that's historically just one of the better songwriter bands of all time. Maybe I could encourage Ducky to have a little car accident on the way home, just a slight one, and then Pierre would happen along in his red Jaguar. I'm positive that's what he drives, and stop to help us. That way, not only would I get a personal greeting and an autograph, but I might even get to touch him. Better yet, oh, got to go. Dinner. Jesus Christ, she's like a supervillain. There's some comeuppance, and I'm here for it. Yes, I want to see all the comeuppance. Just perish. No Jersey girl would do that because they wouldn't be able to pump their own gas. Speaking as a Jersey girl, that's funny. Jesus Christ, Dawn. Beatles fan seems unnecessarily specific by this point in time. If probably Carol talks about being a Beatles fan back in the day, and it's just a diss at Carol because Dawn's a bitch. Yeah, Dawn would absolutely sell every one of her friends to meet her celebrity crush. I wish your parents said no. Well, they haven't said anything yet, so maybe they still will. Late Friday night, 2/19. I just thought of something. I have been so wrapped up in the excitement of the tickets and my fantasies about Pierre that I've barely paid attention to one horrifying detail. Ducky said he wants to take Amalia, me, and Sunny to the concert. Sunny, and even with an evening with Sunny. With Sunny? What was I thinking? Saturday morning, 2/29/02. I cannot go to the concert with Sunny. I just can't. Saturday morning, 2/29/07. Not see Jax live? Not see Pierre in person? I must be crazy. Of course I'm going to go to the concert. Saturday morning, 2/29/10. With Sunny? Saturday evening, 2:20. I have been thinking about the Sunny dilemma all day, obsessively. I've thought about it way more than about having to ask Dad and Carol for permission to go to the concert in the first place. Maybe I should worry about that instead. Yeah. Maybe you should, Dawn. After all, I see the chat going crazy. After all, the concert is in just 13 days. I have a lot of work to do. Saturday night, 2:20. That's a close window to like buy tickets that close to the I don't know. Maybe I haven't gone to that many concerts, but usually you get to buy them a little bit more in advance than that. Saturday night, 2/20, 10:42. 13 nights from right now, I will be in the same room with Jax and Pierre X. I don't know what type of band Jax is supposed to be emulating, like given the time period that this was written, but they said like I'm picturing like a hipster band, and they said like from Belgium, so I'm just picturing oh, what's that band? That one that's really big right now. I'm always blanking on names of every single thing. Let me think for a second. I know what I'm thinking of. Milo, hello. In the 90s, you end up at Sears to buy concert tickets. only been to one concert and we bought the tickets over like 2 years due to COVID-19 hitting. Yeah, I've been to 3 concerts. 2 of them were Proto Men concerts. One when they were on tour with Bit Brigade, and one when they were on tour with TWRP. And then I most recently got to go see Bad Omens touring with Dayseeker, Make Them Suffer, and another band that I'm blanking on the name of. 1,000 Foot. Wait. Something. I'm sorry. I forget. I'm imagining Belgian in sync based on the name. I feel like there's some pretty significant thing happening in New York City in the 2000s that might not be tween serious friendly. Well, that's what we're talking about, is that it would be very much like Anna Martin to write a book about kids having to cope with 9/11. I think it could work. It'd be very hard, but it could be a impactful story. Well, I'm going to Philly to see this comedian named Randy Felt. My sister and dad, I got it for her birthday. I'm obligated to go. Aw. So I'm watching a video about life hacks coinciding with the stream. And apparently you're supposed to shake the popcorn kernels. Sit through the slit in the microwave popcorn bag before you open it. What? Oh my god. I feel like it would be very difficult to do that with any degree of respect if you weren't actually there. I mean, fair, but you could do, I mean, there are people who have done, you can do research on the event. It's kind of like people write about, the Titanic or whatever, who weren't there, but they read and interview and figure out, they learn about what it was like to be there. But, I'm not a professional, so I don't know. You ever heard of a band called Meet Me at the Altar? No, I haven't. I'm so glad to see the vegan teacher hasn't made a video on you yet. Oh, if the vegan teacher made a video on me, that would be so fun. She would... so... wrong all of the time. Is it there when you... Flip it over when your popcorn is done popping. Shake it and then the kernels come out. I have to do that now. I have been living a lie my entire life. If the vegan teacher makes a video about you, I feel like you've made it. That's how you know, right? That's how you know, because she only makes videos. She doesn't make videos about things that she cares about. She makes videos about people that she thinks has enough clout so that when they do a clapback video, it'll just help her numbers. So that's how you know that you're important enough, because the vegan teacher thinks you're big enough to beef with. Let's see. Where was I? Oh. Saturday night, 2:20, 10:44, if Dad and Carol let me go. Sunday, 2:21. All right, I decided I have to settle down and concentrate on how to handle the concert. I called Ducky. Hey, it's me, I said when he answered the phone. Hi, Dawn. I love when people recognize my voice and don't have to say who I am, because they're scared that you're calling. They're like, oh shit, it's Dawn. It's such a nice, intimate feeling because it means you know somebody really well. I think that voice recognition over the phone is an important step in a friendship. How are you? I asked. Good, replied Ducky, although he really didn't sound too good. Did you talk to your parents about the concert yet? No, I decided to talk to you first. I'm pretty sure I can convince Dad and Carol to let me go. I just have to handle it carefully, but there's one other thing. Yes, said Ducky, patiently. Yes, I paused. Sonny. I think that a little teeny corner of me was hoping that Ducky would recognize my extreme discomfort on the thought of spending an evening with Sonny, and he would offer to, somehow, uninvite her. What a bitch. I held my breath. What about Sonny? Ducky said. Well, we're still not speaking, I began. And We haven't exactly spent much time together lately, so you think the concert might be uncomfortable for you? Yes! Then maybe you should try to talk to Sunny before the concert. Oh. You should talk to her anyway, Dawn. I mean, the two of you should be friends again. You've been friends for such a long time. And if Sunny ever needed you, it's right now. Ha! No, really. Ducky, I love you, and I know that you know that, so pardon me when I say that you are such a guy. This is such a guy thing to say. Yes, communication really is a guy thing to worry about. Why are they still fighting? Oh my god, right? Tegan and Sarah, I feel so old. Honestly, who the hell thought it was a good idea to let her near children? I don't know. Can we make it happen? It would be so funny if you boxed the vegan teacher. I'm not gonna box anybody, but if the vegan teacher, I'm sure the vegan teacher would love to be like, she's eating milk. She's drinking hot chocolate with milk in it. That makes her a murderer. The complete audacity of Dawn. Dawn trying to manipulate Ducky into trying to cut off one of his closest friends. I know, right? The one that's actually been there for him when she doesn't even give a shit. Early Gen Z baby as a younger sibling for one of Stacy's friends. Yeah. Dawn really is the worst. Oh, in all my anti-Dawn propaganda, I forgot to mention I have a cherry Pepsi to drink tonight. So yay, snacks! Yay, snacks! Probably jump on the opportunity. Vegan teacher would probably jump on the opportunity. I mean, God. Just such a cursed thought. The vegan teacher does... I'm not... Until I gain, like, another, I don't know, 10,000 subscribers, vegan teacher's not going to see me as important enough to start a beef with. But if she does, I hope to handle it in the way 16 Leo did and eat a double stack as he's talking about how wrong she is for, like, calling him out. Nothing against being vegan, just against the vegan teacher specifically. Uninvite myself because I don't expect people to uninvite the other person. Right! Oh, I loved that video. Wasn't that a funny video? I love 16 Leo. You've been friends for such a long time, and if Sunny ever needed you, it's right now. Ha! No, really. Ducky, I love you. You're such a guy. This was followed by a pause so long that I thought Ducky might have left the phone for some reason. Finally, I said, Ducky? After another slight pause, he said, yeah, I'm here. What's the matter? Nothing. I frowned, which of course Ducky couldn't see. A few minutes later, we got off the phone. I could throw the weakest punch possible and it would hurt the vegan teacher. I would feel bad hurting anybody, even if it's the vegan teacher who irks me. But I will, if she ever came at me in a video, I would clap back and it would be fun. Dawn and the vegan. I think Dawn grows up to be the vegan teacher. If it wasn't for the fact that her name is Karen, I think she'd be Dawn. I wrote a letter to Anna Martin about my... Sign the bottom like declaration of defense. Yes, a vegan. Yes, a vegan would go after a book laddie on the internet. The vegan teacher would go after anybody who she thinks has a big enough following to make it worth her, like, give her enough attention if they clap back at her. That's her whole thing. I'll help you fight, Avery. The vegan teacher. Holy shit, Dawn is the vegan teacher. We're living the metaverse. What's wrong is he's doing breathing exercises because he cannot with you right now, right? He's like trying really hard not to drive over to your house and punch you. Jesus Christ, she's just awful. School Monday, 2/22. Study hall. I just passed Sunny coming out of the library. I was about to say hi to her, but she didn't see me and I didn't feel like calling out to her. I'm not sure why. I know that if she had looked up and seen me, I would have said hi, but she didn't, so I didn't. And now I feel small and mean, which is silly because she doesn't even know that I just walked by her. Well, you are small and mean. You suck. And not in like the small, short chicks are awesome thing. Like you're just a petty little person, Dawn. Monday afternoon, 2:22. Ducky dropped by after school today, unannounced. I think maybe he had gone to Sunny's house first, but he wasn't home. But she wasn't home, so he came over here. It was unusually warm today, so we sat in the sun on our back steps. Carol wheeled Gracie out in her stroller and parked her in the shade. Ducky and I watched over her while she napped. Dawn, Ducky said, do you think Maggie minds about the tickets? What do you mean? Well, you guys are all friends, you and Sunny and Amalia and Maggie and me, and I gave tickets to everyone except Maggie. Well, you couldn't get more than 4 tickets. Maggie knows that, and she didn't want to go to the concert anyway. She doesn't even know who Jax is. You're kidding. Excuse me. Nope. She really doesn't. But do you think she feels left out anyway? Ducky, you worry too much. I know. Worrying is sort of Ducky's function in life. After a moment, Ducky said, you didn't answer my question. I sighed. Well, I haven't spoken to Maggie about it, but I don't think you hurt her feelings. I really don't. Ducky was certainly obsessing about Maggie, which gave me an idea. I remembered when I was obsessing about Groundhog Day. Maybe Ducky was actually worrying about something else. Are you thinking about Alex again? I asked suddenly. Ducky looked at me out of the corner of his eyes, but he didn't turn his head. I think about him every day, he replied. Ducky, what Alex did was not your fault. It had nothing to do with you. How do you know? He tried to kill himself. He tried to kill himself. But maybe I wasn't good enough friend. Maybe I wasn't a good enough friend to him. Oh, that's so Oh, that's so self-centered. Don't give yourself so much credit. Ducky looked wounded, just for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. I don't know whether to feel insulted or comforted, he said. I laughed too. Look, don't worry. Maggie is not going to kill herself because maybe you didn't give her a ticket to a concert by a group she's never heard of. Gracie started to fuss then, and Carol appeared at the back door, tugging at her blouse. Ducky leaped to his feet and announced that he had to leave. I couldn't blame him. Ducky's being considerate because he's a nice and good person, right? You're a petty little person, Dawn. Needs to be on a shirt. Yeah, no, the vegan teacher is a Dawn. That just is. Ducky's scared of boob. Well, it's more just in Dawn's head, just because she was breastfeeding when Ducky was there the last time, and he didn't give a shit, and Dawn was just like, oh my god, I'm sure he was so embarrassed. Insulted Ducky. Everyone should absolutely be insulted by anything Dawn has said, right? Ducky definitely needs a friend to vent to. Ducky's mental health might also be better if he was less considerate. Yeah, honestly, probably. Monday night, Carol and I sat at the back steps while she fed Gracie. What do you think it means that Mrs. Winslow is already back in the hospital? I asked. I think it means that it turned out to be more difficult to care for her at home than the Winslows had imagined, Carol replied. Right now, she needs so many procedures that are more easily done at the hospital. Carol shifted Gracie to her other breast. I couldn't tell if Carol was telling the truth or not. Either way, I felt horrible for Sunny. Tuesday night, 2:23. I visited with Mrs. Winslow at the hospital this afternoon. Yikes. This time she wasn't joking about pirates or hairstyles. All she did was lie in her bed. She could barely move. I saw that she didn't have the energy to move. I mean, she could barely raise an arm or turn her head. Her mouth is covered with sores from the chemo, and they hurt her so much that she can't eat. The sores go all the way down her throat, I think. Even sipping water hurts her. Ooh, yikes. She looks so ill that I thought she might not want me to stay. After all, she couldn't talk. So after I told her absolutely everything I could think about school and family, the concert, I even told her about being in love with Pierre X, and I think she tried to smile. I stood up and said that maybe I better leave, but that was when Mrs. Winslow did manage to move a little. She put her hand on my arm, so I sat down again. Now what? What was left to talk about? I couldn't think of anything, so I reached into my backpack and pulled out the Franny and Zoe by J.D. I pulled out Franny and Zoe by J.D. Salinger. I'm really enjoying the book, and I thought Mrs. Winslow might like to hear it, even if she'd already read it. I read to her until Mrs. Winslow appeared. Mr. Winslow appeared, then I left. Oof. I don't know if Mrs. Winslow passes away in this book or the next book. I just want to give that warning for anybody who wants to maybe miss that. Did Dawn feel an empathy? It's kind of. I don't think she knew how, but she tried. Just saying all the wrong things. Uninvite her to the concert for my benefit. Who cares if you have past trauma from losing a friend? It's fine. Who are you and what did you do with Dawn? No, Ellery, no, because she has no soul. She is a demon imitating a human. Oh god, I'm having the... Herprex, no! Chat? I love chat. We all have such a weird way of dealing with what we go through. The type of content that we have to cover on this channel. The reincarnation of the Dawn Star. Later Tuesday night, 2:23. Things to tell Mrs. Winslow if she still can't talk the next time I visit her. 1. Jeff got an honorable mention in the science fair for his project, The Food Chain. 2. Marianne might visit over spring break. 3. The plots of any movies I've seen lately. 4. What Carol tried to fix for dinner. 5. Nothing else is coming to mind. Wednesday afternoon, 2:24. I popped into the hospital after school today. Mrs. Winslow had been there at lunch, and the two of Mrs. Winslow's friends were just leaving. I had been hoping... Mr. Winslow had been there at lunch, and two of Mrs. Winslow's friends were just leaving. I had been hoping for some minuscule improvement in Mrs. Winslow's condition. Truly, a minuscule improvement would have been acceptable. But she seemed worse. She was just lying in bed with her eyes closed. I thought she was asleep, so I whispered to her friends, I'll come back tomorrow. But one of her friends said, no, that's okay. She's awake. Then they left. I watched them hurry down the hall. I fished around in my pocket for the list of things to tell Mrs. Winslow, glanced at it, and put it back. Nothing felt right. Then I opened Franny and Zoe and continued reading. Chris. Dawn gave Mrs. Winslow the evil eye because she was jealous of Sunny having a perfect family. Have we really started to hate this child so much that we're blaming illnesses from other characters on her? I know Donna's just a kid, but doesn't she realize Mrs. Winslow isn't going to get any better, right? I mean, I guess it's wishful thinking. You're just like blaming her. Breaks down door. Fuck you, Dawn! Fuck you. Oh, hi, everybody. Hi, Paulo. Welcome. Savor we all. It's called Copium. We get like more viewership on the Dawn streams than the other California Diaries streams, and I think it's just because we all find it cathartic to sit here and hate Dawn together. I need to shift something around because I need to be facing you guys more because it feels like I'm about to like turn my back to you guys, but also I want to make sure that you can see. So hang on, let me. Oh, no. Move this. And move this. This will be a little bit better. Zhuzh some things. There. Maybe that'll be a little better. Oh, also, I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm wearing, Noah sent me along with the Hex Girls dolls that he made for me, this Hex Girls band t-shirt, and it's just so comfy and cute, and I just am gonna live in it now. It's so cathartic. Yeah, it really is. Also, because there's distance from the triggering stuff from Dawn's POV. Yeah. It's true. Horrible eyesight. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's true. Dawn is this character that doesn't, she's the only one of the 5 that doesn't actually have serious stuff to deal with, so she's just, like, being nosy in everybody else's business, so we get to, like, see these terrible things happening through a level of separation. Blame my parents. Not real helps with hate piling. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can, she's not real, right? So if we say, like, death to Dawn, you're not, it's not a real person, you know? Friday, cafeteria Thursday, 2:25. Pouring rain today. Ducky was just here. We split a juice. Why is she always making Ducky split stuff with her? I asked Ducky if he's visited Mrs. Winslow recently. I've only been to the hospital once, he said a couple of months ago. I forgot that Ducky hasn't known us very long. He seems like such an old friend. Oh, I went yesterday, I told him. Ducky, she looks horrible. Of course she brought it up so that she could brag about going to see somebody at the hospital. Ducky winced. Yeah, and each time I see her, she looks even worse, no matter how bad she already looked. Poor Sonny. Poor Sonny! What about poor Mrs. Winslow? Yeah, that's... Dawn, how would you feel if Mrs. Winslow were your mother? I looked at the table. Awful, I replied. No, you know what? I don't even know how I'd feel. I decided it was time to talk to Sonny. Thank fuck God. Dawn! Perish in hellfire, Dawn. Needs a reality check, but she's gotten repeated reality checks and just keeps plugging her ears, covering her eyes, going la 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 la. Yep. Well, that's the mark between, like, a good person and a shitty person, right? Everybody has moments where they fuck up, but a good person is able to be like, ooh, I fucked up. I'm gonna try to not fuck up again in that particular way, and I'm gonna learn. Whereas a shitty person is just like, oh, I fucked up. I'm not going to acknowledge it, and I'm just gonna keep fucking up. Cafeteria. Oh, wait, I already read that. Thursday afternoon, 2:25. I visited Mrs. Winslow again after school. I just read some more Franny and Zoe to her because she still can't talk. When I was leaving, I ran into Sunny. I was zipping up my jacket. As I stepped into the hallway, and I nearly bumped into her. Oh, sorry, I said. Hi. Hi, replied Sunny, but she sounded as if she'd just seen a snake. Because she did. She did just see a snake. We need somebody to do a little illustration of a cute little snake coiled up, and in front of it's coiled up, and its tail is a pen, and in front of it, it has a diary that just says Dawn's diary. I was visiting your mom. Now, I know that was an unnecessary thing to say, but I don't think it deserves such a withering look from Sunny. No kidding, she said. Well, I think she likes the company. Right away, I knew I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean to imply that Sunny should visit her mother more. Yes, you did, you bitch. Often. But that's how she took it. I'm sure she does, Pollyanna, replied Sunny. I lowered my eyes and walked away. Thursday night, 2:25. I have been trying to tell myself that going to the concert with Sunny will be just fine. I think about the things Ducky has been saying. I think how horrible I'd feel if my mother were as sick as Sunny. Plus, I reminded myself of the years of friendship Sunny and I have had before our fight. Now, after my meeting at the hospital, I wonder if we can survive the concert together. Just thinking about this is making me squirm and shiver. Later Thursday night, 2:25. Why does Sunny want to make people feel so miserable? What is she thinking? Well, I need a minute after that one. That was hilarious. Dawn, fuck up over. Dawn has a crush on Ducky, who is smart enough and good enough to actually have fucking standards. Yep. Damn, she's so dumb. Yep. She's a semi-neurotic, betrayed mammal of action. Hey, that was mean. Don't insult snakes like that. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize to all snakes. As long as you stay the fuck away from me, we can be friends. On a nutshell, it's your fault. Don't learn from the times I have traumatized you. You're right. Dawn is absolutely the person who will push you and push you and push you and push you and push you, and then the second that you snap back and are like, I'm done with your bullshit, she'll be like, why are you being so mean to me? Oh my god. Dawn literally did not even try. No, she did not. Because that would involve apologies, and she's not going to do that. Like the drawing. Do it, Toonie. Of course you did. It's Sunny. Sunny said one snide thing, and then Dawn sprinted in the other direction, making the drawing right now. Yay! Miserable, wouldn't you, right? I'm going to plug in my headphones after stream. Go to hell, go to hell, go back to where you belong. Message to Dawn. Dawn would make Doofenshmirtz her chore boy. Poor Doofenshmirtz doesn't deserve that. And a week away from 30. Happy early birthday, Chris. Hope you have something fun planned. This has to be intentional, right? The author knows how terrible. Oh, you can't tell me this isn't intentional. I think Anna Martin really does just hate Dawn and just hates the fact that she still feels the need to keep her around. Going to New York. Yay! New York. I've never been to New York, but that sounds so fun. Even later Thursday night, I just asked Carol my question about why Sunny would want to make people feel miserable. Carol said she doesn't think that's what Sunny is doing, but she was so mean to me today, I exclaimed, and she's been mean to a lot of people lately. Carol drew in a breath. How do I explain this, she said. Dawn, I think Sunny feels that if she isn't close to people, then they leave her then if they leave her too, the way her mother seems to be leaving her now, it won't hurt so much. But I'm not leaving her. I know, but I think Sunny thinks you could leave her. After all, anyone could get sick. At first, I just stared at Carol. How morbid. But then I understood what she was saying. Or die in a car accident, I added. Or something less drastic, said Carol. Move away. Switch to a different school. Sunny isn't taking any chances right now. But if she pushes everyone away from her, I went on, maybe no one can leave her, but she won't have any friends either. I didn't say this was rational, Carol replied. Sunny needs a shrink. She probably does need to see a therapist, Carol said, but that's up to Sunny and her parents. Good for Carol. A small daydream, Friday, 2/26. A small daydream about Pierre and me. Oh, dear God. Oh, God. It feels like I'm reading Imagines, Gabe. I'm reading Imagines right now. Seeing Phantom of the Opera before it closes. Oh, I'm so jealous. I do not promote violence, especially against children, but for Dawn is me. I'm making an exception. Work together to have Doofenshmirtz rid of Dawn. Yes, because Doofenshmirtz is great. Doofenshmirtz needs therapy. Yep. No bad reading up. I just said something was funny that was not to me. Oh. But also you did leave her, Dawn. That's what Perry. Why Perry is there. Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated. Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated. That was funny. Yeah, Dawn, Carol is doing something called setting boundaries, a thing you aren't aware of. That one comment a few posts ago reminded me of a saying from a book I read as a child. Double cross, crisscross, ghost get lost. Sunny reacts in a fairly typical way, losing her primary caregiver, Dawn. Why is Sunny evil? Doofenshmirtz actually cares about people in his life to an extent, which is more than I can. Oh yeah, Doofenshmirtz absolutely cares about his daughter, and honestly, also Perry, because Perry, like, he's sad when Perry's not there. Remember the one where like the panda agent is there instead, and he's like he misses him. Doofenshmirtz is a good dad. He tries so hard. This little girl is having me recycle and water plants. All right, a small daydream about Pierre and me. Pierre and I somehow get to spend a weekend together. We can do absolutely anything we want to do. So what do we decide on? A nice, cozy weekend at home. We start off by grocery shopping. We buy everything we need to cook up a fancy meal. Roaming the vegetable aisle is so romantic. Our hands touch as we both reach for the same clump of cilantro. Of course she likes fucking cilantro. Ugh. Sorry, if you like cilantro, that's not a dig at you. I just find it funny because I personally don't love cilantro. We fill up our cart, tomatoes, beans, garlic. Pierre says he knows how to make strawberry shortcake, so we buy 2 huge cartons of fat scarlet strawberries. On the way home from the grocery store, we stop at the video rental place. They're offering a special 3 movies for 3 days for $3. So we choose Gone with the Wind, When Harry Met Sally, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What a choice in movies. Also, there was a Buffy movie. Have I just missed out on like half of all pop culture? What an array, right? We buy all natural microwave popcorn and we're out of there. We spend the entire afternoon cooking in a very romantic way. When our supper is ready, we decide to eat by candlelight, but we also want to eat by the fireplace in the living room and in front of the TV in the den. So we decide to set a table in the living room, make a fire, and put candles on the table. When supper is over, we move into the den and begin a movie marathon. But they were in front of the TV. What? They were already in front of the TV. After the 3rd movie, it is... Oh, is it time for class? It is time for class. Jesus, that was so 80s, right? This is 1999, honestly. Movie came first. Okay, I'm just dumb. I'm sorry. I love the Buffy movie. Yeah, the movie was the pilot. Okay, I just somehow... Okay. I haven't seen too much Buffy, so I guess I wouldn't know that, but I was just like, ah. Cafeteria, Friday, 2:26. I just caught sight of Sunny and I decided to be brave again. Hey, Sunny, I called. She turned around and saw me. Yeah? 1,000 thoughts swirled around in my head. I could ask her if she wants to go to the hospital together to visit her mother. No, she would hate that. I could say, glad we're going to the concert. Very lame. I could invite her over. I could ask her if she wants to go shopping or something. Finally, I said, can I call you tonight? Sunny frowned slightly. Sure. I felt like a dork. I watched Sunny walk out of the cafeteria. Where was she going? Our lunch period had just started. Clearly, she wasn't sticking around for it. Now I'm sitting by myself with my uneaten lunch. I'm going to look for Maggie and Amalia. She could have said sorry. At no point did she think I could say sorry. Later, Friday, 2:26. Well, I can't believe what Maggie just told me. Sunny left lunch because she thought she could make it to the hospital for a quick visit with her mother and back to school, cutting only 1 class. Why can't she go after school is beyond me, but the important thing is that she's visiting her mother. So she isn't apparently visiting her mother enough for Dawn, even though it's none of her business, and then she complains when she does because it's apparently not on her schedule. Jesus Christ. Goof is best evil boy. Because she literally doesn't realize she did anything wrong. daughter loved when she was like 5. My dad would never. And Charlene. Alimony picks at Vanessa every weekend. He's better than a lot of real dads. Oh, Doofenshmirtz is a great dad. Like, remember the time that he's like, Perry the Platypus, look, I know we've got this thing going on, but can we, like, call a truce so that you can help me plan for my daughter's birthday, please? Further time share my soul for my dad to be Doofenshmirtz. Same. I mean, I love my dad. I have a great dad. But also, Doofenshmirtz is just a great dad. Add another one to the zaddy list. Dawn literally thinks Sunny doesn't visit her mom just because they've never there at the same time. And then they are, and then she complains about it. Dawn hasn't yet formed object permanence and doesn't know people exist when she's not in the room. So I watched the sequel to the 90s Pinocchio movie, and I still need to do a video on that one. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I finished this drink. I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back. So give me 1 second. I will see you guys in hopefully just a second. I'm back. I have a seltzer water. And I have apple and peanut butter because healthy snacky. Anyway, what did I miss, guys? Oh, I missed a lot. Hang on. Self-centered bitch. Oh, you're skipping a class to go see your dying mom. Maybe you should allot your time at right. Jesus Christ. Like, literally what person? Drew carries Geppetto and Drew. That's a fairy? Huh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. This? Oh, so I went downstairs and I found Pennywise. Pennywise, my cat, not the clown from the movie. Found him down there, chasing around a little charger for Bluetooth headphones, and I was just like, how did you even get that? Wins for the first time since we had infants. Twinfants, oh god. Yeah, Dawn when Sunny tries to have fun and step away from the tragedy in her life for a few hours. Callous, selfless bitch. How dare she roller skate without her when her mother has cancer? Oh god. That one, Sunny tries to spend every spare moment with her mother, who clearly doesn't have much time left. Reckless behavior. Doesn't she care about school or the future or anything? It's true, Ellery. People like Dawn are the reason people like me can't have low energy, gentle emotion without guilt when we have unresolved stressors. Yep. That's why Dawn is such a trigger for so many of us, I think. Like, not a real trigger, but like why we all like to hate on her so much. It's because we've all known a Dawn, right? Fuck Dawn, justice for Jill. Hi, Texas. Yes to both of those things. Avery. I was getting a drink and a snack. I left because Dawn drives me too crazy. Right? Yeah, Dawn's gonna have some terrible tragedy one day and wish she was more empathetic. DM'd the sketch on Discord. Thank you, Junie. Yeah, not Pennywise, the bad guy. Pennywise is my cat because we pulled him out of a storm drain when he was a kitten. Dawn makes my dishes so shiny. Apparently the spectrum of Dawns is either cleaning up baby ducks after the oil spill or literally being the most unfeeling person ever. Right, no matter how hard you try. Yeah, it's true, Texas. You tend to just stop trying. I did not need this much peanut butter, but here we are. I'll cough out. I don't give a fuck. Sorry. I give you permission to use an ad blocker on my content. Dating apps are just terrible. It's not you, Daddy. They're both toxic in large doses. Yup. Okay. Let's get back to this for a moment. Eugene stopped slamming doors even though I told him ruins the doorknob. Ah. Oh, good. All right. Friday night, 2:26. I'm going to call Sunny like I said I would. Friday night, 2:26. That was at 8:17. At 8:18, he says, really, I'm going to call her. Friday night, 2:26, 8:20. I'll call her as soon as I stop hyperventilating. Friday night, 2:26, 8:23. Still catching my breath. Oh God, there's the phone. Maybe it's Sunny. 8:29. It was Ducky. He's so funny. He just called to say, can you believe that in a mere week we will be on our way to see Pierre? I love that he's so excited. We chatted for a few minutes, but now I really have to call Sunny. I mean, I told her I'd call her, so I better call her, right? Okay, I am no longer hyperventilating. Now I will call her. Friday night, 2:26, 8:30, she wasn't home. 9:42, she writes, I just tried Sunny again. And this time she answered the phone. I was finally really and truly ready to talk to her, to have a real talk, to try to sort out some of our problems before we get stuck sitting next to each other in the back seat of Ducky's car and then spending an entire evening together. Here's our conversation. Sunny, hello? Me. Hi, it's me. Sunny, silence. Who? Me, Dawn. Sunny, totally flat voice. Oh, hi. Me. What I want to say is, calm down, you'll have a heart attack. I said I'd call. Sunny, more silence. Me, remember? Sunny, oh yeah. Me, well, I was thinking we should talk. Sunny, about what? Me, about, Sunny, more silence. She is not going to make this easy for me, isn't going to help me out the least little bit. Once again, I do not... Good, because she shouldn't, because this is your thing. You need to do this. Is it going to help me out the least little bit? Once again, I do not say what I want to say, which is, Sunny, for God's sake, you're my best friend. At least you used to be. We knew each other better than anyone else does. At least we used to. Don't you want to be friends again? I miss you, and you need a best friend. Me. Sunny? Sunny. Yeah? Me. Don't you want to talk? Sunny. Look, I'm kind of busy right now. Me. I think... Well, we can talk about that. Oh, what are you doing, Sunny? Just stuff. Me, sighing. Sunny, don't you think we should at least talk before we go to see Jax? Sunny, no. Me, okay, see you. Sunny, bye. Dawn is so oblivious, LMAO. Ducky has a crush on Pierre, too, doofus, right? Yeah, none of them know what Ducky's going through. I'm manifesting that you don't see that concert, Dawn. I know this is hard for you, Dawn, but empathy, please. Sunny is done with you, Dawn. You know what the worst thing is? Dawn's probably homophobic. Like, just, let's be real with ourselves. She probably is. She can't take a scrap of accountability. Not one. Yeah, why is she expecting Sunny to lead the conversation? Because she's stupid and a bitch. Yeah, she needs a best friend, but you ain't it, Dawn. Dawn, she knows you better than anyone. That's why she's avoiding you. That. Dawn's the type of ally who treats her gay friends like a purse dog. That too. That's also a possibility. I bet you she says, but why can't you just not be gay? No, I think Adriel is right. I think she'd just be like that ally that's like, oh my god, I have a gay best friend. Isn't that so cool and quirky of me? Dawn is absolutely homophobic. And a hen. Hot about gays who think gay men are hot in ships and fiction but don't actually accept real gay people. Probably very true. I don't have time to make you feel better about your shittiness, Dawn. Garbage in every way, man. She is a piece of garbage. Dawn definitely would be Hogwarts legacy. I'm not homophobic. I have a gay cousin, you guys. I know about Ducky. She would decide. She was her gay best friend. Yep. Her is that she's showing no real ability to learn from her mistakes, so I don't think her getting older is going to make her a better person, because that only happens if you're able to like mature, right? Like your age doesn't really, getting older doesn't necessarily make you a smarter person if you're not somebody who can like take accountability. I really hope you would not put up with it. Oh yeah. Poor Ducky. He deserves better than that. Friday night, 2:26, 9:50. I tried not to cry after I hung up the phone. I didn't want to give Sunny the satisfaction, but then I realized she'd never know if I cried, and anyway, I couldn't help it. What is wrong with Sunny? Why doesn't she want to make up and be friends again? I'm trying to keep in mind the things Carol told me, but they aren't helping much. Okay, Sunny, you've had your chance. I think Ducky is going to have to separate us in the car, put me next to him in the front and Sunny directly behind me so that we can't see each other. Then I'll play Ducky's tape player really, really loudly so nobody will be able to talk. Often Ducky's tape player doesn't work, so maybe I'll bring a backup system. And I am not going to let Sunny ruin Pierre and the concert for me. Saturday morning, 2:27, 9:22. I tried to forget about Sunny, but she kept me up all last night. I could hardly sleep. I have an idea. I'll call Ducky and suggest that somebody else drive Sunny to the concert. What a good idea. I'll call him now. Oh my god, you're such a bitch. Because you're not making any effort, Dawn. I see many failed MLMs in Dawn's future. I do too. You would only accept Ducky as her gay best friend as if he were a femme gay. Well, and she would totally be a TERF. Like, let's be real, she would be a TERF. Dawn, look, here comes a consequence, consequences of my actions chasing me right now. Have you actually like apologize for? Yeah, she hasn't said sorry. She's one of those people that like when you bring up something shitty that she does, she's like, well, I guess I'm just a bad person then, and then she feels sorry for herself. It would be hilarious if you put Dawn in the back. It really would. Saturday morning, 2:27, 9:28. When I told Ducky my idea about sending Sunny in a separate car, he said, why would I do that? Good question. Why would he? I had to come up with a stupid answer and then change the subject. Saturday morning, 2:27, 9:31. It just occurred to me that I don't even have permission to ride in Ducky's car. I still haven't talked to Dad and Carol about the concert. Hope she doesn't get to go. I love that Ducky is having this character arc where he's learning to stand up for himself and he's using that, he's practicing on Dawn. It's great. She just called and got upset Sunny didn't immediately want to talk with her because she won't apologize. I hope her ticket goes to Maggie instead. I do too. Even though Maggie doesn't know who this band is, just take her to the concert and make her a fan. Saturday night, 2:27. I think I'll call Ducky again to talk to him about Sunny and the concert. I don't think I introduced the subject in a well thought out manner this morning. Yeah, you never do, Dawn, because it's a stupid idea. Also, I just lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? I forget. I lost my train of thought. If anything, she wanted Sunny to apologize. Oh, yeah. What kind of crack is this kid on? Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I'm convinced that this character is being written in such a way that Anna Martin wants to, like, show kids who are acting like Dawn how they sound so that it's like a cautionary tale. I'm convinced at this point because she's so terrible. Maggie might love the band if she saw them live, right? The universe is going to punish Dawn. Karma is gonna come... Karma is tracking this girl down. Concerts can be fun even if you don't know the music. I went to Lorde without knowing her songs and had lots of fun. Yeah, I mean, I went to Bad Omens with my brother, and they were on tour with 3 other bands who, honestly, I had never really listened to before, and my brother was all into all of these bands, and I really had fun and am now, like, a big fan of all of those bands just because going to their concert really gets you to connect with their music. Hi, Bernie. Love the Hex Girls merch you got in the mail. Thank you. I'm wearing the t-shirt now, and I know I'm going to live in it forever. It's just such a cool t-shirt. With a bat. Well, call me Karma. It's not my boyfriend, Taylor Swift. Karma is me. I am Karma. She really doesn't want to go to this concert, does she? No, she really wants to go to the concert, but she wants Sunny to be uninvited because she doesn't really like Sunny right now, and she doesn't really get her, even though she totally owes her a huge apology. Later Saturday night, 2:27. Boy, does Ducky sound depressed. Really awful, actually. He was in such a good mood this morning, and tonight it's like I'm talking to a different person. How do I wind up with all these moody people? God, I wonder why, Dawn. Here's my conversation with Ducky. Ducky, hello. Me, hi. Ducky, hi, Dawn. Me. You know what I really hate? People that are like, oh my god, your mental illness is just such a burden for me, you know? I just really wish you could get it together. She is such a bad friend. What the fuck, Dawn? Kill people with kindness, yes. Texas, I want to steal that idea for a character. The sword is called kindness. Quote chatter. I'm not her boyfriend. Dawn, they hate you. Yes. Dad and his reason for cheating on my mom in the marriage. You exist in their general vicinity, Dawn. Yep. What's going on? Ducky, not much. I just got home. Me, I look at my watch. It's like almost 10 o'clock. Yeah, where were you? I'm not nosy, just curious. Ducky, out scoring dinner? Me? What? There's no food in our fridge. Well, practically none, just condiments. And there was nothing in the freezer except ice, so I went out to get something to eat. But at each place, I'd decide I didn't want the food there, so I drove around and forever and finally settled on fried rice. Me, that was your entire dinner? Fried rice? Fried rice is good. Ducky, yeah, nothing else appealed to me. I went to KFC first and decided I didn't want chicken. Then I went to Wendy's and decided I didn't want a hamburger. Then I went to Poppy's and decided I didn't want pizza. Me, all the time Ducky is talking, I know I should be feeling sorry for him or something, but what I can't help thinking about is how nice it must be to have your own car. I can't. You ever want to emotionally throw up? Right? You ever just feel like you want to just emotionally, like, expel what you're feeling? I feel that right now. That's a whole mood, Ducky. Yep. I'm sorry, what? Chad is just like, what the fuck? Ducky, continuing. Then I went to IHOP, but I didn't want pancakes. I was just about to give up and go home and eat mustard and ice cubes when I drove by the Lotus Garden, and suddenly I decided I just had to have fried rice. Vegetable fried rice, so I got fried rice and a fortune cookie and came home. Ducky was in such a weird mood. I couldn't tell whether the story was supposed to be funny or just sort of pitiful. So then I didn't know whether to laugh or make sympathetic noises, and then I didn't know whether to bring up the issue of Sunny, but I had to bring it up sometime. I couldn't keep not bringing it up, or Sunny and I would end up together in the backseat of Ducky's car for sure. Me, Ducky, yeah? Me, I really need to talk to you about something, Ducky. His mouth is full of either vegetable fried rice or the fortune cookie. Okay, he sounds uncertain. Me, well, it's Sunny. Don't time out my chat. I know, poor Ducky. Well, it's Sunny and the concert, Ducky. Dawn, me. But it's so uncomfortable being with her, Ducky. Dawn. Now he sounds annoyed. Good. Me. But it is uncomfortable, I mean. Ducky, look, all you have to do is sit in the same car with her. The concert is going to be really crowded, and you know that. You don't have to be anywhere near her if you don't want to be. They seat you at a table, but then you can get up and walk around, okay? Me, but she's so mean to me lately. I know I sound like a baby. I can't help it. You can't help it. I want to be friends with her, Ducky. I really do. I keep trying. I've tried talking to her, and she calls me Pollyanna, or she won't talk to me at all. Why won't she make up with me, Ducky? He sounds softer now. Dawn, I don't know. I'm glad you're trying, though. I want you guys to make up, and I want all my friends to be happy. That's really important to me. Oh, bless him. At this point, I keep my mouth shut for a moment. I know this is true. After what happened to Alex, Ducky must be sort of desperate for all of his friends to be happy. But that's a lot of pressure. I'm beginning to feel that I can't tell certain things to Ducky for fear of worrying him or at least disappointing him. You've already done that, I'm sure. My silence continues while I think all this stuff over. Finally, Ducky, you are going to come to the concert, aren't you? Me, first thinking about all the trouble Ducky went through to surprise us with tickets, and then imagining myself in the car with Sunny. Oh man, Ducky is silent, and I imagine Pierre. Of course I'm going to come to the concert. Are you sure Sunny can't ride in someone else's car? Ducky, laughing. Right, I'm going to drive to your house, pick you up, wave to Sunny next door, and call, your ride's on the way. Sorry you can't come with us, even though we have room, but I wanted to work out something more complicated. See you at the concert. Me, now I'm laughing. Okay, I'll be big about this. Ducky, great. Me, now I just have to convince Dad and Carol to let me go. Ducky, what? You still haven't gotten permission? Me, not exactly. I mean, no. Ducky, and you put me through all this when you don't even know if you'll be coming with us? Me, oh, I know I will be able to come. I just have to do a little planning. Ducky, you have less than a week. Me, that's plenty of time. Ducky, I hope so. Me, night, Ducky. I'll see you on Monday. Ducky, night, Dawn. I love the dragging of Dawn that Ducky just did. I love Ducky so much. Is she what he should have said? Dawn, have you ever taken a moment to think maybe I'm the problem? Is she supposed to think about her mom unless you want to talk to her? Apparently, Ducky deserves the world. What the heck? Hugs for Ducky. Yup. How can Dawn be expected to be near Sunny when she calls her the viciously horrible slur Pollyanna? She won't talk to me. It isn't always about you. How is she mean to you? She literally just does not want to talk. Yeah, you can't say she's mean to me and she doesn't talk to me. It's one or the other. Dawn, please just yeet yourself gently into a volcano. I don't know what I want for dinner most of the time as well. I know, right? Does anybody else in the ADHD crew do that thing where like they hyperfixate on a food and then that's the only thing they want for like a while, and then it's like all of a sudden you hate the food and now, or you don't want it for a while because you're tired of it, so you hyperfixate on a different food? Or it's not just me? Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Ducky's example gives me a flashback to when my dance company planned a beach trip and someone who volunteered to drive people just decided they just wanted to bring their friends instead of drive anyone. Oh, good. That sounds helpful. Me with orange chicken. Ooh. Have you tried the Trader Joe's orange chicken? It is so good. I'm not even a big orange chicken person typically, but their orange chicken is so damn good. It takes like 2 seconds to make. And then you buy it in bulk and immediately go off it. Yup. And that phone call, like, Dawn's just, we should talk. And Sunny's like, okay. And Dawn just waits for Sunny to say something. Yep. What Dawn wants to say is you should apologize, which even she knows is too far. Yeah, you get obsessive over one kind of food and then you get sick of it and then you're just like, yeah, meh. If any of you see my mother, tell her that I ate a healthy snack. She doesn't really like my sugar-filled snack choices. Ooh, DoorDash for 99-cent delivery fee. That's awesome. All right, let's see. No, no. The next entry starts with Sunday morning, 2:28. I feel that I've been a little too good lately. I need to do something daring, or at least fun. I think I'll call Maggie. Imagine being Dawn and thinking that you've been too good. Sunday night, 2:28. Maggie and I spent the day together. Maggie is so much more fun now that she's eating again. Before it was always like, oh no, I can't eat that, or oh no, I can't eat dinner. She might as well have added, "Are you crazy? I just ate dinner last week." Which, horrifyingly, was something practically the truth. She was no fun shopping or at a party, even at school. When she started skipping lunch and she wasn't even in the cafeteria, Amalia and I found ourselves sitting around discussing Maggie's absence and what it could mean. We were always discussing Maggie and her weight and her appearance and that horrible tiny meals she'd eat when she ate at all. But now that Maggie's getting some help, she's eating again, and she's not so obsessed with food. We can go to a restaurant and she can order like a normal person. Stop saying like a normal person. That makes it sound horrible. Instead of discarding absolutely every item on the menu because it has too many calories and then ordering a small bowl of lettuce leaves or something. Yes, it's so unfun for you to have a friend that's struggling with EDs, you know? Anyway, I called Maggie and she said she didn't have any plans today, so we asked her dad's chauffeur to drop us off at Harmon's. We sauntered in there like we were going to look around that department store forever, but the second her car had disappeared, we ran down the street, and soon we were headed towards the square. Dad and Carol can't stand the square. They think the kids who hang out there are trouble, like the ones in the River City song in The Music Man. Dad, way down in River City. Dad calls them punks and constantly reminds me of the dangers of marijuana. Ha! If only he knew what those kids really do. But Maggie and I weren't going to hang out with the kids. We were more interested in the stores and the streets around the square. You can get anything in them. Leather clothes, ripped clothes, incense, hair dye, and you can get any part of your body pierced. This sounds like a place that me and all my homies would hang out at, you know? Leather, hair dye, and incense? I'm there. Although, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a witchy chick, but I've never been big on incense. It's just never been my thing. They kind of, unless I get really specific ones, they tend to make me nauseous, but, you know. That's just me. Be witchy in your own way. Maggie and I poked around and bought incense, and I bought an incense holder. Then I considered dyeing my hair black, but Maggie talked me out of it. Finally, we went into this little restaurant, the one called the Tea Shop. You can buy an awful lot more than tea there, and I don't mean just food. My phone died. What did I miss? Dawn's just being worse again. I'm all about gummy candy these days. Oh. I will lie and say you ate Sour Patch Kids. I mean, she'll believe you. Because that's true, just at a different occasion. Love sour candy. Just the perfect amount of spice. That's amazing. Be daring. Call your friend. Apologize. That's what's pretty daring to me, Dawn. Well, God forbid your friend have mental illness, Dawn. Dawn died to fire you else. I was gone for a few minutes. Did Dawn do anything worse? Yes. She's complaining about how hard it is for her to have a friend with an ED. Well, gee, Dawn, you sit around discussing her weight and appearance. I wonder why she had ED. She can go back to being a commoner? She had the audacity to claim she's been too good lately. Imagine there's Babysitter's Club reboot, and people are upset that the only character that changed was Dawn, and we're all just like, we know, we will never forget, and we will never forgive. My freak friend Maggie, who makes restaurants so difficult for me. Dawn would be a servant to my demon OC Ragnarok. Queen of Hell. I love it. Ragnaronica? That is such a great name. I love that. Fuck you, Dawn. It's not about you. It sounds like a place I've spent money at. Same. Pont City Market, which is like this kind of yuppie but very fun, basically glorified mall in the city. A few different pieces. They have more than one like hippy dippy witchy shop, and I love it. I hadn't thought of before. How come Dawn hasn't mentioned Whitney at all? They're supposed to be friends, or is she also too mature? I haven't read enough of the original Babysitter's Club books to really know who Whitney is. I don't know. She barely even references Marianne, who's her literal sister. Love incense, but specific scents. Yeah, I probably should try. I keep having these dreams that I go out and buy, like, vanilla incense. I don't know what... I don't know what part of my subconscious or the universe or whatever wants me to buy vanilla incense, but it's just like a reoccurring thing. Spencer's gifts. Who's been watching Regis Next Top Model? I haven't gotten to watch any of it yet, but I think I'm going to put it on while I do some editing. Words that are not appropriate. Just say, in my mind telling you what you could do with that diary. Welcome back, Patrick. Mr. J is the host of Canada's Next Top Model. Ooh. Dawn's friend with Down syndrome. Oh. Dawn probably doesn't talk about her because her friend being, you know, special needs is just too difficult for Dawn. Or some shit like that. Very cute, but my god. The effort to keep these babies alive, oh my god. Yeah, I really wish... Who's worse, Tyra or Dawn? Dawn, I think. Dawn hasn't done any real-life damage to real people, so maybe it is Tyra, I don't know. You're the first person to pronounce that name correctly in first try. Ragnaronica? Thank you. Irish, she wrote Model Land. Dawn has the empathy of Victorian parent with a neurodivergent child, right? I kind of wish that they had put Whitney back in, because, like, we don't get a lot of, there isn't a lot of Down syndrome representation. I don't like the way that Down syndrome people get treated just in everyday. I told my husband that we're roasting a fictional 14-year-old, and he just nodded at me and walked away. You know someone's entitled when they don't want to go to Europe and whine about it when they should be grateful their parents can even afford it. Right? Oh my god. Tyra gave young women of color insecurities and complexities and shaved a white girl's tooth. Yeah. Yeah, I think Tyra wins that one because Dawn hasn't done any damage in, well, not in this universe anyway. If the multiverse is real, I really hope to never get to one where Dawn exists. Okay. Later, Saturday night, 2:28. My hand was about to fall off. I had to stop writing for a while. Maggie and I didn't go into the back of the tea shop, which is where the interesting things happen. We sat at a booth by the front window. I ordered a veggie burger, and Maggie ordered a salad, but a good, big, healthy salad with cheese and olives and stuff in it. Ooh, that sounds good. In addition to the vegetables, she even put some dressing on the salad and she ate almost the whole thing. While we were eating, I said, I have to find a way to make Dad and Carol let me go to the concert next weekend. They won't let you go? No, they haven't said that yet, but they're going to when they realize that the concert is in a club and that liquor will be served and that Ducky is driving us and it'll be late at night. Maggie made a face. Yikes, she said. I know. I'll help you. I'm good at this sort of thing. I know that too. Okay, first of all, be as honest as you can without telling the whole truth. That way your dad and Carol can never say that you kept anything from them. Exactly. For instance, yeah, Maggie, but your parents are dicks. Her parents are just parents. For instance, tell them the concert is going to be held in a club, not at a concert hall. That ordinarily you'd get carded before you go in, but that this concert is open to all ages. They should figure out the liquor thing. Somewhere in the backs of their minds, I added. Right. And later, if it's an issue, you can say, but I told you it was going to be held at a club. Okay. Then, of course, there's always begging, wheedling, promising, bribing, and bargaining. I grinned. Although, you don't have to try them in that order, and you have to be subtle about some of them. Maggie swallows a radish and smiled at me. The waitress crew cut green streak on top of head, 2 nose rings, 5 earrings in one ear, other ear, naked, Jesus Christ, leather tank top mini skirt, asked us if we wanted anything else. Maggie and I ordered tea so we could sit and talk a bit longer. Why did that sound judgmental, the way that she had to list off everything about that person's outfit? We made a list of how I could approach the concert with Dad and Carol. Here's the list. 1, tell them about the concert and how badly I want to go. Don't tell them everything, but don't lie either. Impress upon them how much trouble Ducky went to in order to get the tickets. 2, if they say no, try begging. 3, if they still say no, try wheedling. 4, if they still say no, start making promises. Like, I promise to wear my seatbelt to make Ducky stick to the speed limit and to call the moment we get to the concert. 5, if they are uncertain, try bribing them. Tell them which chores I'll do if they let me go. 6, as a last resort, try bargaining. But I may have to compromise the evening if I do. Maggie and I hung out at the square until 15 minutes before we were going to be picked up. Then we raced back to Harmon's. When the limo arrived, we were standing in front of the store looking exhausted from window shopping. We had put our bags containing the incense and stuff into old Harmon's shopping bags that we'd hidden in our purses before we'd left. I planned to try number 1 on the list tomorrow at dinner. I was engaged at 13. What? Father, bring her and pick her up. Yeah, then he feels better about it. Then she doesn't have to ride with Sonny. Literally a teenager that's just talking to therapist. Verona equals Ronnie for short. I love it. Peter Parker wants to buy Dawn. No, Peter might catch something. I've been to one and it was fair. Yeah, I have no idea. I tend to weaponize my crying, not on purpose, it just happens. I'm easy to cry. Use it to my advantage. Is she going to be the it's better to be forgiveness than yeah, I think so. I'm gonna approach this, so I told her to run along and make us Jesus Christ. His Dawn is judgmental every sentence. Kroger Marshall just played. Come on over. Every word. Yeah, Dawn's just judgmental as a natural state. Too judgmental. Oh, I'm evil. Or that scene. had to do with Stacy's crush finding out that she was only 13 when he was 17. Ah. Really good at accidentally gaslighting people. It's just wrong for a kid. I was engaged at 13. Yikes. Monday night 3-1. Here is our conversation from dinner. Clearly, I am going to have to move on to number 2 on the list probably later tonight. Dad, Carol, Jeff, and I sit down at the table. Gracie has just had a big snack of milk and is crawling around on the floor where we can keep an eye on her. Dad, so did everybody have a good day? Jeff, me, Carol, oh yeah, sure, yep. Jeff, my math teacher is a bonehead. Me, he is, why? Carol, it isn't nice to call people boneheads. Jeff, even if they are boneheads, we could say this to Dawn. Dad, this salad is delicious. Carol, hearts of palm. Me, I have some news. Everyone looks at me. It's really fantastic. I'm so excited. Jeff, what is it? What is it? Me, Ducky invited me to the Jax concert. Actually, he invited Amalia and Sunny and me. He got 4 tickets. Isn't that cool? Jeff, nearly falling off his chair. You're going to the Jax concert? Whoa, man, you're so lucky. The Jax concert? Man, I didn't really think you'd get to go. Dad, when and where is the concert? Me, this Friday night in North Palo. Dad, how are you going to get there? Me, Ducky's driving. Carol, what time is the concert? Me, Jax comes on at about 11. But the warm-up act starts earlier, around 10, I think. Dad, choking a little. So you won't even be leaving here until 9 or so? He glances across the table at Carol and they exchange a meaningful look. Me, I don't know exactly what time we'll be leaving, but yeah, probably around 9. Maybe earlier if we go out to eat first. This has never been discussed, but I add it brightly because it sounds good. Dad, Carol, and I will have to talk this over. Later, Monday night 3-1. After this disappointing dinner, I called Maggie. Okay, on to number 2, she said matter-of-factly. Yeah, that's what I thought. I got my chance less than an hour after dinner. Dad and Carol were in the living room playing with Gracie, and Jeff was doing his math homework. I'm not sure because I didn't ask, but I think the math teacher is a bonehead because of the length of his particular homework assignment. Anyway, it was a nice quiet moment, so I took it as an opportunity to try begging. I took it as a nice quiet moment to ruin the stillness of the moment and try to be an asshole about it. Also, to drive home the point about Ducky. Dad, Carol, I began. Ducky went to a lot of trouble to get these tickets, and we didn't ask him to get them for us. It was like a surprise. He wanted to surprise us. It means a lot to him to be able to take us. I mean, he wanted to treat us. You know, what a hard time he's been through. Alex and everything. I don't want to hurt his feelings. Carol nodded sympathetically, but Dad said, I understand all that, Dawn. We can't make decisions based on your friends' situations. Since this did not sound very promising, I decided to move right to number 3, wheedling, before Dad could even continue. Dad, I said, I consider you and Carol very enlightened parents. I know Carol loves it when I refer to her as a parent rather than as a step-parent. And I went on ignoring the fact that Dad was clearing his throat and trying not to look at Carol. I know you won't be swayed by the fact that the Winslows are letting Sunny go and Amalia's parents are letting her go. I know you'll just stick to the facts and at least take Ducky's desperate situation into consideration. He's vulnerable right now, but he's also an excellent driver and the most responsible 16-year-old I know, just very needy. He needs his friends, and I know how you two feel about being loyal to friends. It's practically a family value. I paused to see what sort of reaction I was getting. It was interesting. Dad and Carol didn't say no, but they didn't say yes. I think I'll wait for them to make the next move. If they don't make it by tomorrow night, though, I'll move on to number 4. Jesus Christ. Ah. Need things multiple times. How can this baby already crawl? How much time has passed? So she was born in the middle of summer? Like June. She was born in June and it's now February. So she's like 8 months old, I think. Welcome back, Bernie. a beer at like 6 months, so she was a super baby. My nephew is 8 months old and he's only started crawling like last month. Oh. I took it as the perfect moment for me to really be a Dawn about it. That's great. Sociopath behavior. She's gaslight gatekeeping girl bossing. You can just hear her getting people to buy into her shitty MLMs in the future, can't you? Kyria, Tuesday 3-2. I forgot to mention yesterday that Sunny's mom came home from the hospital again. When I returned from school, an ambulance was in the Winslow's driveway. At first, I panicked. I ran inside calling for Carol. She and Gracie were out, but Mrs. Bruin was there, which was just as good. Mrs. Bruin is like another mother to me. Mrs. Bruin, I called. There's an ambulance next door. Mrs. Bruin looked up from the pasta she was fixing for our dinner. It's okay, Dawn, she said. Mrs. Winslow just came home. In an ambulance? She had to ride in an ambulance? This seemed very odd. If she was sick enough to need an ambulance, why was the hospital letting her go? Mrs. Bruin nodded. She's pretty sick, honey. I know, but I think she just wanted to come home. Maybe I'll go visit her. Why don't you wait a bit? Let her get settled first. It takes more time now. At least wait until the ambulance leaves. I was so shaken by the sight of the ambulance that after a while I decided not to visit her. Maybe I'll go this afternoon. Tuesday afternoon, 3-2. Oh my god, I still have another half of a Dawn book left. I can't believe this. I refuse to give Dawn one extra night. I am finishing this book tonight. I'm sitting at my desk looking out my bedroom window. I can see the Winslow's driveway. In it is a delivery truck with the words Heritage Surgical on the side. Below is a list of some of the stuff that I guess this place either sells or rents to people. Commodes, walkers, back and knee braces, bed sore products, hospital beds, astronomy supplies, whatever they are. The list goes on. Under the list, I don't know what that is either. Damn, I'm not smarter than Dawn in this particular area. In larger letters are the words, all sick room supplies. I shivered when I read the last part, all sick room supplies. It sounds so sad and sort of tragic. This guy has been going in and out of the Winslow's front door carrying large cartons. What's going on? I was planning to visit Mrs. Winslow, but I guess I'll put it off again, at least until things seem quieter next door. Tuesday afternoon, 3-2. The truck left. I was just about to go next door when a car pulled into the Winslow's driveway. And an older woman with curly graying hair stepped out carrying a bag. I know who she is. I've seen her before. I can't remember her name, but I recognize her. She's a visiting nurse. She comes by to do things to, like, take blood samples and check blood pressure. Well, now is not the time for a visit either. Almost dinner time, Tuesday 3-2. I was just about to go to the Winslows once again when Sunny came home. Won't go now, maybe tomorrow. Tuesday night, 3-2. Dad and Carol didn't say anything about the concert at dinner time, which is why I had to bring it up myself later. This time, I waited until both Gracie and Jeff were in bed. So, I said, have you had a chance to think about the concert? Yes, Dad replied, but we haven't reached a decision. The concert's on Friday, I exclaimed. That's in just 3 days. I sound slightly hysterical. Well, that's a you problem. You could have told them earlier. So I calmed down. Then I hit on a tactic that would, if nothing else, force Dad and Carol to make a decision quickly. If I can't go to the concert, I should let Ducky know right away so he can find someone else to give the ticket to. The truth is, I have absolutely no intention of not going to the concert. If Dad and Carol say I can't go, I'll have to sneak out. Or tell them I'm spending the night at Maggie's or something, but that's a last resort. Yes, I suppose you're right, Dad said. So can I go, I asked? Dad frowned. It's the business of your being driven around so late at night by a 16-year-old, he began. Even though Dad still hadn't said no, I jumped to number 4 and began making promises. But Ducky is an excellent driver, I promise, I exclaimed, and I promise I'll wear my seatbelt, and I promise that Ducky never drinks and drives. I hope not, said Carol. In any case, he's too young to drink. And I promise I'll keep everyone in the car really quiet. I went I went on, Ducky won't have any distractions, and I'll make him stick to the speed limit, which he does by himself anyway. I added hastily, and I promise I'll call you the second we get to the club. I'll call later when we're leaving if you want, so you'll know when we're on our way home. Well, said Dad. Well, said Carol. They were definitely uncertain, so I moved on to number 5, hoping I wasn't overdoing things. If you let me go, I'll clean out the garage. Dad looked at me and started to laugh. So did Carol. Okay, you can go, said Dad. Really? I cried. Really? Really, said Dad and Carol. Thanks. Thanks. Damn it. Dad and Carol, why did you do that? I ran across the room and hugged Dad first, then Carol. You drive a hard bargain, said Dad. Did I go overboard? Maybe just a little. Do I really have to clean out the garage? Yes. Well, at least they're making her clean the garage. I gotta go to sleep because I'm not losing sleep on Dawn. Fair enough, Natty. Good night. Hospital, so you had a hospital bed in the living room. I'm sure that was hard, Patrick. Thanks for sharing that. Girl boss, derogatory, too close to the sun. Sorry, Patrick. That is sad. Dawn, stop digging your own grave. Just digging deeper and deeper. No, just let her pull more rope. Probably just get rid of her and hope she gets kicked out. Witness her glorious downfall. Well, unfortunately, it's a Dawn book, so we know she has to go to the concert, because it's obviously going to be like the finale of this book, but ugh. I hope she has a terrible time. Later, Tuesday night, 3-2. I won't mind cleaning out the garage. I can daydream about Pierre while I work. With any luck, I'll have something real to daydream about. Wednesday afternoon, 3-3. When I got home from school today, only one vehicle was parked in the Winslow's driveway. I didn't recognize it, but I decided to try visiting Mrs. Winslow anyway. It turned out that the car belonged to a very nice woman named Simone, who called herself a home health care worker. As far as I can tell, her job is to help out around the Winslow's house, in particular to fix meals, to keep Mrs. Winslow company when she's there alone, and to help her with things like bathing, changing her nightgown, and going to the bathroom. I liked Simone, but I couldn't believe it. Mrs. Winslow wasn't in her bed on the second floor. Instead, the dining room had been turned into her bedroom. I don't know where the table and chairs were moved to, and she's on an actual hospital bed. In fact, the room looks like a hospital room with all sorts of equipment, and the gross part, it smells like a hospital room too. I can't pinpoint that smell, but it's kind of disgusting. It's medicine and pee and sweaty sheets, and I don't know what else. Ugh. Mrs. Winslow seemed glad to see me, and she seemed better than she had been in the hospital. She could talk a bit because her mouth sores were getting better. She wasn't so sleepy either. I sat in a chair next to her bed and was holding Franny and Zoe just in case, but we didn't need it. We could talk. Well, we tried to talk, but we were interrupted about 1,000 times. Simone had questions about dinner, which she was preparing, so she kept poking her head through the doorway between the kitchen and the dining room, asking about Mrs. Winslow's appetite, or where the spices were stored, or what time Sonny would be home. Then I was right in the middle of telling of how I had to clean the garage when the doorbell rang, and in walked the visiting nurse. I told Mrs. Winslow I'd come back the next day. How dare the nurses do their job when I'm trying to talk, is what Sonny just said. Yeah, Patrick, I know what you're talking about. Reminds me of my grandmother. Hospital bed. For the bed, she and my grandpa used to share. I'm so sorry. Again, nobody feel bad about having to step away. I want everybody to be okay. I don't want anybody to be triggered. I know this is a hard subject for a lot of people. Why does Dawn have her own book? She should get a paragraph at most. She's gotten 3 books, just like everybody else, and this is such a long book. We should be almost done by now, but no. I started reading an hour earlier, so I could have maybe been done an hour earlier. Thursday morning, 3-4. Tomorrow night I will see Pierre live. Countdown, 40 hours approximately. Noon, 3-4. Visited Mrs. Winslow as soon as I got home from school. Simone was there. Mrs. Winslow seemed a teeny bit better than yesterday, and I was encouraged. She can talk even more, and now that she can talk, her sense of humor is back. She was making jokes about the fuzz that will soon start to grow on her head. It will probably be blonde. And Mrs. Winslow was saying she'll look like a chick. I always wanted to look like a cute chick, she said, but I meant a cute chick, not a blonde chicken. Mrs. Winslow came home. Mr. Winslow came home from work early. Simone showed him what she'd prepared for dinner, and then she left. I started to leave too. I thought Mr. and Mrs. Winslow might want some time alone together, especially since they kept glancing at each other. So I stood up to leave, but Mr. Winslow said, "No, wait, Dawn. There's something we'd like to tell you. Sonny already knows, and it's no secret anymore." He glanced at Mrs. Winslow again. Oh no. My heart leaped. Maybe Mrs. Winslow was in remission. Maybe they'd found a way to beat her cancer. "Dawn," Mr. Winslow went on, "we've decided to terminate chemotherapy." Terminate it? You mean it's over? That's great. Mrs. Winslow held up his hand to stop me. "It's being terminated because it isn't working any longer. It's doing more harm than good." I frowned, taking this in. Finally, I said, "Well, what are they going to do instead? Radiation?" Mrs. Winslow shook her head. At this particular moment, Sonny walked in through the front door. She saw me in the dining room with her parents, turned and headed up the stairs to her room. "Maybe I'll go talk to Sonny," I said to the Winslows. They nodded. At the bottom of the stairs, I looked up and saw Sonny sitting on the top step. She wasn't in her room after all. "Hi," I said. "Your dad just told me." "I know what he just told you," Sonny said, interrupting. "Well, do you—" "No, I do not want to talk about it." "But I said I do not want to talk about it." I called goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Winslow and left. Yikes. Shame murder is illegal. Oof, that's a familiar conversation. I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing that. It's not easy to talk about, I'm sure. I'm sorry, Ellery. No, for Dawn to be a Mary Sue, she'd have to be good at everything and everybody would have to love her. And she's neither of those things. So don't worry, Avery. It's been enough time. I can handle it for the most part now. It makes me sad, but it's not to the point. It's proper trigger. Okay. Just wanted to remind everybody, especially the mods. I don't want anybody to feel like you have to be here if you don't want to be. Did Dawn ever say anything after Sunny snaps at her? She just leaves. Yeah. When somebody is snapping at you, like, not that this should be your responsibility, but usually it means the person's in pain. And in this particular situation where you have caused a great deal of that pain, you need to just stick it. You need to be there for them, you know? Yeah, she's a reverse Mary Sue. No interest in conflict resolution. She runs from conflict? Yeah, I guess so. Shame murder is legal? Yeah. I'd like to file a restraining order. Next week we'll have to read some upbeat books because this is harsh. Yeah, this is harsh. There's nothing I can really add to that. Student chat if it's too much for me before. I'm not going to start. No, don't worry. Thank you, Ellery. Appreciate you. That's why you should always be here. I'm okay. Thank you, Paolo. You guys are all amazing. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Whether you've been here a million times, like I know all of you that I'm seeing in chat right now are, or if you're watching this new, I very much appreciate you. And just know that this is a safe space. And if being safe means that you need to step away, that's totally fine. Later Thursday afternoon, 3-4, I have to say that I'm kind of glad Carol took off so much time from work after Gracie was born. She's not going to go back for 2 or 3 more months, and I confess that usually I like finding her at home in the afternoons. Today was one of those days. When I left Sunny's house, I burst through our front door and told Carol the Winslow's news. Carol frowned. Oh boy, she said softly. Do you think this means there's nothing left to do for Mrs. Winslow? I asked. We didn't really finish our conversation. I don't know. Good old Carol. I might just have worried and wondered, but Carol's phoned next door and talked to Mr. Winslow. When she hung up the phone, she had her arms out and gave me a hug. Then she said, "No more treatment, Dawn. They've done everything they can do." But, I sputtered, but that's not fair. How can the doctors just decide something like that? It's Mrs. Winslow's life, not theirs. If the Winslows want to keep paying for treatments, then the doctors have to go along with that, don't they? I cried. Honey, it wasn't the doctor's decision. You mean it was Mr. Winslow's? But that's not fair. No, it was Mr. and Mrs. Winslow's decision, Dawn. I was speechless. Carol sat me at the kitchen table and put the kettle on for tea. Then she sat down next to me. Finally, I said, but why would Mrs. Winslow decide something like that? I don't understand. I think she's been realistic. She's being realistic. The treatments aren't working. They aren't doing anything but making her sick. So no one's going to do anything for her anymore? Oh no, that's not what I mean, said Carol. Mrs. Winslow will still be cared for. The doctors will do everything they can to make her feel as comfortable as possible, but they don't believe they can cure the cancer now. Oof. It's irking me because Dawn keeps saying how hard she's trying with Sunny, but when the conversation gets difficult, she literally runs away and physically removes herself. Yep. She does do that. She definitely does that. I would send you a copy to read. Oh, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Dawn also has a picture book. Side note, I have my state competition this week after. If I get gold, I'll be flying to Atlanta. Yay! You're putting... Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel. Getting old. Yeah, that's always a hard decision. When my cat Andy, who I'd had since I was like 4, died, I cried my eyes out. Matrix. I'll be one with the Matrix. I cried for a week, I think. It was not good. Thursday night, 3-4. I do not know what to think about Mrs. Winslow. Friday morning, 3-5. Tonight, I am going to see Pierre live and in person. I wish I were as excited now as I was yesterday morning, but I can't stop thinking about Mrs. Winslow and cafeteria Friday, 3-5. I stopped writing when I noticed an ambulance at the Winslow's driveway again. This time it was taking Mrs. Winslow back to the hospital, something to do with her breathing. Friday afternoon, 3-5. I have to stop obsessing about Mrs. Winslow. It's making me crazy. I think I'll concentrate on the concert instead, which will take place in a mere 7. That's 7 hours. Thank you. I didn't know what 7 meant. Dawn. At the time, I will see Pierre X. It is possible that I could be just a few yards away from him. A few yards. Later, Friday afternoon, 3-5. Conversation with Dad. The second he got home from work. Dad, so are you excited about the concert, Dawn? Me, I can't wait. Thanks again for letting me go with Ducky. Dad, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Me, what? Dad, about your driving to North Palo with, what is his real name, Dawn? It can't possibly be Ducky. Me, my stomach is clenching because maybe Dad has changed his mind. No, it's Christopher McRae. Wouldn't that be fucked if he was just like, are you excited to go? Because you're not going anymore. By seeing is privilege because we get to decide when as opposed to the other country. Yeah. Yeah. Answer is a bastard, and so is yeah. Both of those things are true. Very upset with my Shih Tzu. Yeah, it's you know, it's a family member. It's a little furry family member, and it's very, very sad. If she dies in Dawn's book, I'll be pissed. I've been thinking the same thing this whole time, because then all of Sunny's book would be dedicated to her grieving. And I'm afraid that that might be the strategy right now. Because what else is Dawn's book gonna end with, right? Funeral if it landed on the day of the concert. Oh, she would. Oh, absolutely she would. Oh, I'm so sorry. Blamed on. Yeah. Thank you guys for being there for each other in chat. I love our chat community. We're all there for each other, and I appreciate that. Dad, with Christopher. Dawn, I want you to promise me several things. Me. I'm breathing an enormous sigh of relief. Oh, okay. The truth is, I would promise just about anything right now, but I do not want to divulge this. Dad, number one, Christopher will be me. I can't help interrupting him. Dad, his name is Ducky. Absolutely no one ever calls him Christopher, even our teachers. This was not entirely true, but I didn't care. Dad, okay, Ducky will be the only driver. Me. The rest of us are only 13, Dad. Dad, but you never know who you might run into, and I do not want anyone else driving. Me. Okay. Dad, you wear your seatbelt at all times. Me. I almost say even during the concert, but I think better of it. Okay. If Ducky does anything, and I mean anything at all that makes you feel uncomfortable with his driving, you get out of the car and you call me. I don't see how I would do that on the freeway, but okay. Dad, as you suggested, the moment you arrive at the club, you call home to let Carol and me know you got there safely, and later you call us when you're leaving. Me, even if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, no, Dad, no matter what time it is. Me, okay, I promise. Friday evening, 7:35. I have been standing in front of my closet for 10 whole minutes, and I have not found a single outfit that will be cool enough to wear to the concert. I must make the right impression on Pierre. Yes, Pierre is definitely gonna notice you, Dawn. Pay much attention to chat tonight. I trust y'all will take care of each other, though. You're good, Paulo. You've got our back silently. You're here with us in spirit. Do we know how old Pierre X canonically is? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. You're right. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just like, yeah, he's not gonna notice one random girl in the concert. We're not actually reading Imagines right now. Dawn is just too much. Dawn is a lot. Hang on, I'm gonna go put my phone on the charger. I am right here though. Okay, slightly less healthy snack incoming. But it's sun chips, so like pretty fine. That girl at the concert, the lead singer notices. Doesn't matter, nobody gives them. The back street. Oh yeah, that Welcome to Pooh Corner I found a while back, and I just wasn't ready to cover something like that on the channel. Maybe one day I will, but... Sorry, I needed a snack break from Dawn. For like 2022. Same. People ask me why I'm not in school to this day, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I am a grown woman. I have not heard of that, Cameron. Friday evening, 3/5/7/54. Well, I suppose I have done my best. What I wanted to wear was an outfit like the one our waitress had on in the tea shop at the square, but I wouldn't be allowed out of the house in it, which would sort of defeat the purpose. So I have settled on a vest over a white t-shirt with black mini skirt. Dad has seen the skirt before, and while he doesn't actually approve of it, he doesn't disapprove of it either. The vest is just plain black cotton, but I'm hoping that if the club is dark enough, it might be mistaken for leather. Surprisingly, my feet are dressed better than the rest of me. They are clad in my black high-heeled sneakers with the 3-inch soles. I will be the tallest person in our group. Again, Dad does not like these shoes, but here's the great thing. Carol does, so there isn't much Dad can say about them. I put on a nice, tasteful pair of earrings, and I tossed a really funky pair in my purse. I'll switch earrings in the car. That's okay, I have done this in the dark before. So why not just switch your whole outfit, right? You could have just changed, right? You could just change when you get there. Friday evening, 3/5/9/02. Ducky will be here any minute. Friday evening, 3/5/9/14. He's here! Ah! With like a million exclamation points. It doesn't say ah, but there's like a million exclamation points, so that's how I... Black Vest had a chokehold on the 90s. They did. Cool as fuck. Oh, Texas! So basically, it's about... you could cover Pooh's Corner School Bus Special. No perverts in that one. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with covering it. You just have to be in a certain mind state to cover it correctly, right? And at the time, my channel was still new and I just wasn't ready to cover something that heavy. We've had to talk about heavier, more triggering things in the nearly 3 years since then, so like I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it's just a very specific type of coverage, you know? High-heeled sneakers, no! Remember Jelly Heels? Oh yeah, New Kids on the Block. Alright, I thought that when I sat down to write about last night and the concert in Pierre, I would just scribble blissfully for a page or two. I didn't realize I would have such a story to tell, but I do. And it's going to take a while to tell it. Here goes. I'd been watching out my window for Ducky's car. I saw it pull up to the curb between Sunny's house and mine. Even before I could turn away from the window, Sunny was flying through her front door and across the lawn to the car. I tried to see what she was wearing, but it was too dark. The car pulled into our driveway. I ran out of my room, down the hallway, and into the living room. Ducky's here, I announced. I tried to sound formal and stayed. I thought if I sounded too excited, I would somehow also sound irresponsible. I stood before Dad and Carol in my outfit. Yes, having emotions is irresponsible, according to Dawn. Well, don't you look, said Dad. Don't you look ready for a concert, said Carol brightly. The doorbell rang. I had told, justice for Carol. This whole, like, oh, Carol's the wicked stepmother. It's like, Carol's this nicest person. The doorbell rang. I had told Ducky that Dad would want to talk to him. Dad and I answered it together. I stood on the front stoop, chewing my lip while Dad ran through all my rules with Ducky and then quizzed him on what he would do in certain emergency situations. Ducky passed the test and we were allowed to go to the car. To my dismay, I saw that Sunny was sitting in the front seat, which meant that she could control Ducky's radio if it worked. And I had decided not to bring a backup sound system, but I was counting on being in charge of the radio. Oh well, I sat directly behind Sunny where it would be harder for her to see me. It didn't matter. She swiveled her head around like an owl and greeted me with, "Did your dad have a nice talk with Ducky?" I could hear the smirk on her face. Before I could answer, but she was looking at you. What were you, avoiding eye contact? Before I could answer, Ducky swung himself into the driver's seat and punched a button on the tape deck. Music blared. "Careful, Ducky," said Sunny. "Dawn's father might hear that and make her stay home." Ducky reached under his seat and produced a baseball cap, which he clapped on his head with the bill facing directly to one side. "Mr. Schafer has no power here," he said to Sunny in an accented voice. "So become your fears." I couldn't help laughing. "Becalm?" I said. "Is that a real word?" "On my planet it is," Ducky replied. We picked up Amalia without incident and were on our way. "Now this is nice," said Ducky as we edged onto the freeway a few minutes later. "Just me and my girls." He was smiling the loveliest, happiest, most genuine smile. Sunny turned to Ducky and flashed him an equally lovely smile. I realized that the evening must have been as important to her as it was to me, but for different reasons. We made it to the concert without a single crossword between Sunny and me. This was because we didn't talk to each other at all. But that was fine. Ducky parked his car and we walked toward the club. My funky earrings were in place. I was ready to go. Saturday afternoon, 3/6. A huge, long line of people stretched out of the entrance. Why would you need to put the date back on again? You could just keep writing. It doesn't really matter. I don't know. A huge, long line of people stretched out the entrance to the club and along the sidewalk. Each one looked cooler than the next, and I would have to say that the average age was about 20. I was so glad my father couldn't see this. "Do you have the tickets?" I asked Ducky. "You think he has no brain, don't you?" said Sunny, a statement. "Yes, I have the tickets." Ducky shot Sunny a look. I ignored her. We joined the line, which crept along snail-like. When at last we reached the door, one person collected our tickets while another guy held out his hand and said, "ID?" My heart leapt right into my mouth. I turned wildly to Amalia. "We need an ID to get in?" I whispered loudly. Sunny heard me and snorted. "Not to get in," she said witheringly. "It's because they serve liquor here. If you have an ID, which means you're old enough to drink, then they give you a bracelet, and inside the bartenders will only sell liquor to the people wearing bracelets." "Oh," I said, feeling foolish. But I frowned. The system seemed flawed to me, and sure enough, the moment we were inside, Sunny looked around and said, "Now, who can I buy a bracelet from?" While Sunny was looking for a bracelet, I was looking for a payphone. "I have to call my father," I reminded Ducky. He helped me find a phone. I called Dad, and then we rejoined Amalia and Sunny, who was still not wearing a bracelet. "Did your daddy say you could stay a while longer?" Sunny greeted me. "Or did he decide he'd better come and get you?" I smiled sweetly at her. "Oh, Sunny," I said, "I'm so sorry." She looked at me sharply. "About what?" "About your father, that he's so wrapped up in your mother that he doesn't care what you do." I need a minute. I need a minute for that one. I need a damn minute for that, guys. I Wait, high-heeled sneakers are a thing? Mm-hmm. They were. Find a better allergy medicine. I've been having nightmares. Oh. I'm sorry, Patrick. That sounds like the kind of dreams that I have. I want boots that look like Converse. Ooh. Mrs. Schafer, excited. Are you excited for the concert? Dawn, excited. Yeah, Mrs. Schafer, excited. Great! Tone changes to serious. Since you're in a great mood, I can tell you you can't go. I'll be taller, but also I have really bad balance. I've just accepted that I'm 4'11" and therefore the short friend, and I've just made my peace with that because I really hate heels. Carol is too good for this world, and Dawn doesn't deserve better. Dawn does not deserve better. Dawn definitely deserves worse. For sure. Different medications can make you dream weird, especially if it's really knocking you out. I don't pretend to be a brain expert, but it is a thing. Way to cause only one effect. Not really a way to cause only one effect to the body. Yeah, there's gonna be side effects. Be calm is a word anyway, though. Dawn wouldn't know that though. This is why a lot of medications can have weird off-label uses or become sold as something different, like Viagra originated as heart medicine. Yeah. Booze, who has booze? Calm down, Dawn. At least someone pointed it out. What the actual fuck? I hate this stupid fucking bitch. Dawn said what? I was reading in chat. She said, I'm sorry your dad is so preoccupied with your mom's cancer that he doesn't care about where you are or what you do. And everybody was just like, holy fuck, what? Basically, when you take medicine, you're ingesting a chemical that does a number of things to your body, and the FDA has decided the beneficial things are more positive than the bad things. My night terrors, you ignore me. The dog isn't having it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, gosh. Night terrors are a lot. People are always like, oh, Avery, you dream so vividly? That's so cool. And I'm like, hey, sometimes. Sometimes it's not. That's it, Fred. Get the flamethrower. Yup. Sunny had opened her mouth to say something, and Amalia and Ducky were just staring at me when we were interrupted by this guy who turned out to be a friend of Ducky's brother. Hey, the Duck Man! He clapped Ducky on the shoulder. Poor Ducky. Hey, Rick. Hi, Rick, Ducky replied unenthusiastically. Sunny's eyes headed straight for Rick's wrist, which, sure enough, sported a plastic bracelet. Before Sunny could ask about buying the bracelet, Rick asked, Can I get you guys anything to drink? Oh, no, I replied, thanks. Come on, said Rick, just a little something to help you relax and enjoy the show. Don't be shy. I wasn't being shy. I was picturing my father, who I was sure would be waiting at the door when I came home. I didn't want him to know any of us had been drinking. Then it occurred to me that he'd probably only seen Ducky and me. I didn't have to worry about what Sunny and Amalia did. Just a Coke for me, said Amalia. Me too, said Ducky. Seltzer for me, I said. Well, I'd like a rum and Coke, said Sunny. 1 rum and Coke, 2 plain Cokes, and a seltzer? Come on, live a little, Ducky. My main man, let me get you something stronger. Yeah, Ducky, go ahead. Friends don't let friends drink alone, said Sunny. Well, Ducky was hesitating, looking interested now. I cringed and glanced at my watch, trying to calculate how long before we were in the car again, and whether Ducky would be in any condition to drive. Then if he had a drink now, I watched Ducky's face. I could almost see him thinking over the turmoil of the past weeks. Alex, Sunny's mother. Well, said Ducky again, sure. I'll have something. Just relax. How about, Rick didn't even let him finish. I'll be right back, he said. Oh, God. Rick disappeared into the crowd. We still hadn't found our seats, and now we had to stay where we were until Rick came back. I peered around. We were standing in a busy hallway. 2 bars were set up in it, and one at either end between the bars was a set of double doors leading into a much larger room. I stood on tiptoe and tried to see into the room, which was dark and smoky. The room was jam-packed with tables and chairs, and at the far end was a stage. I closed my eyes. Soon I would be in there, gazing at Pierre on the stage. I'll have a vodka tonic. Ducky's driving. She said it for no reason. Oh, yeah, no. She said it to be a bitch. This is one crazy story. It's like an acid trip. Oh, you have no idea. Someone spiked her drink and stuff. My other grandmother, the one who's terrible. One time, my mom tells a story about when she was still dating my dad, and everybody was over at their house, and my grandmother was just being awful. And one of my dad's friends apparently said, someone needs to slip something in her drink. Friends also don't let Sunny drink right now. Yeah. Don't do it, Ducky. Ducky, you're the fucking driver. Don't be peer pressure, Ducky. You're better than this. That's not how we raised you. I have my grandmother on my mother's side, and I have my grandmother on my dad's side. My grandmother on my mother's side is an angel. We love her. That's Grandma Judy. My grandmother on my father's side is not bad. She's quite an interesting human being. And I also have my granddads on my mom's side. They're cool. Don't get mad, get glad. We're glad we're not sponsored. Yeah. 13-year-olds don't have the forethought to be like, oh, even I'm driving. Oh my god, that's fucked up, Bernie. Jesus Christ. Oh my. That threw me. I make it worse. Oh no, Sunny should not be drinking right now. I don't know that any of her friends are old enough or have the cognitive awareness to be like, that's a bad idea. Yeah, no, you're right. She should not be drinking. There's just no adults around. This is going, oh god. Oh, liquor never goes anywhere good, yeah. I'd be scared as if almost 14 was better. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Teenagers are stupid. You're a teenager. I don't mean that as a slight. I also was stupid as a teenager. Like, you're not stupid, but just, like, being a teenager, you have less awareness than when you're older, and you look back and you're like, wow, I didn't have awareness as a teenager. You're a very bright, intelligent person, and we appreciate you. My son will get a smart. I don't know whether to be part or go. That's my boy. Oh my god, I'm so sarcastic and was such a sarcastic kid, especially as a teenager. I am gonna have no right to be pissed at my own kids one day when they give me that. The twin fins. Oh, good. I want to hear about the twin fins. They're doing great. Their parents might die from exhaustion soon, but you know, the twins are reaching lots of milestones. It's very dumb back then, but most kids kind of are. Teens make dumb mistakes. That's why they die in horror movies. Where was I? Later Saturday afternoon, 3/6. I had to give my wrist a rest before I continued. Also, Amalia just called to find out how much trouble I'm in. I was glad to hear from her since I'm grounded. I can't make any phone calls. I'm surprised Carol let me talk to her since I'm not allowed to take calls from my friends either. Amalia must have been pretty persuasive. She's good with adults. Anyway, soon Rick came back with 5 drinks and a tray and handed the tray to Ducky, removed one of the drinks, accepted some cash from Ducky, and walked off calling later over his shoulder. I looked at the plastic glass on the tray. When one was a Coke and one was a bubbly seltzer, I hoped 2 were clear liquor and smelled very strong. Hey, I said. I wanted a rum and Coke, Sunny complained, but she reached for one of the glasses of clear liquid and sipped it anyway. Not bad, she said. Gingerly, I reached for the seltzer. I smelled it before I sipped it. The truth? I would kind of like to have had a little something to drink, like I did at the fateful party at Ms. Kruger's house. But I knew that if Dad so much as suspected I'd been drinking, I'd be grounded until I was 30. My seltzer just smelled like seltzer, though, and tasted like it, too. I watched Sunny and Ducky to see how quickly they drank their drinks, whatever they were, and was pleased that they just sipped at them like Amalia and I were doing. Okay, said Ducky, let's find our seats. At long last, we entered the big room with the stage. A girl wearing a Jack's t-shirt showed us to a long, narrow table which seated 12 people. She indicated 4 seats at one end, and we sorted ourselves out. Sunny and Ducky sat next to each other, and Amalia and I sat across from them. I tried not to look at Sunny. Instead, I looked around the room, mentally rating people's outfits. No one rated lower than extremely cool, except possibly me. 10 minutes went by, and Rick and a girl with a shaved head materialized next to us. How are the drinks holding up? Rick. The girl looped her arm through his possessively, I thought. Oh, just fine, I said quickly. No problem. But Sunny's glass was empty, except for the ice. All gone, she said, holding it up. She smiled. Rick smiled back at her. What'll it be, then? How about a tequila sunrise this time? She paused, then she said, no, wait, hold the sunrise. A shot of tequila, said Rick, and he arched an eyebrow ever so slightly. Perfect, said Sunny. Duckman? Asked Rick, are you relaxed yet? Ducky's glass wasn't even empty, but he said, I'll have a shot too, just one though, oh boy. How restrained of you, I muttered. I couldn't stop thinking of the bad time Ducky was going through. I also couldn't stop thinking that he was our driver, and he had just made a million promises to my father. Ducky, I said, leaning across the table. Yeah, Ducky leaned across the table, too, and our heads met in the middle. Then Amalia and Sunny leaned in to hear what was going on. Nothing, I replied. She really hates confrontation for somebody who starts a lot of shit, doesn't she? Now I want a tequila sunrise. I'm 26 and not drinking. Can I have a tequila sunrise? Tiny hippos would be scary. Like the weird visuals was the one where these two. Oh, are we talking about PSAs? PSAs were wild back in the day. Fact, because of the time being born at midnight, in game they ended up having separate birthdays. Oh, cute. No. Oh, we're talking about Ducky. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, very much so. My cat feed been paused. We just had paused cats all night. Fuck. I just had paused cats this whole time. Jesus Christ. Why are my cats not moving? Oh, the House Hippos PSA is so funny. Anti-drug. This is your drain. This is your drain. I genuinely didn't notice. I didn't notice either. We've been going through a lot. It's been a lot. I did not notice. The kitchen with the frying pan. Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, we had that one. Even later Saturday afternoon, 3-6. The shots of tequila arrived and Ducky and Sunny knocked them back. I have to admit that I didn't know that was what you do with a shot. Drink it down in one gulp. In one gulp? I have tasted strong liquor like tequila, and it's hard enough to sip that stuff. I mean, it's so alcoholic. It burns your throat and makes your eyes water. How can people chug back a whole big slurp at once? But that's what Sunny and Ducky did with their shots. I watched them. I waited for their heads to become disconnected from their necks or something, but nothing much happened. Even so, I felt compelled to try to say something to Ducky. Again, I waited until Sunny had turned around and was talking to someone she knew from school, and Amalia was watching the warm-up act set up their equipment. Then I said, Ducky? He leaned forward again. Yeah? You promised my dad you'd be a safe driver. I know. But you're drinking. Ducky looked at his watch. This will be totally out of my system by the time the concert's over, trust me. Okay. The truth was that Ducky sounded fine, and he looked fine. So did Sunny. I sat back and decided not to let any of this ruin the evening with Pierre. 10 minutes later, the warm-up act finally began. Did she ever call her parents like she said she would? I don't know that she did. I forget. Tequila. Thought they were sleeping. I thought I was just like not paying attention. I thought they must be like, oh, they must be like playing. And I'm like, oh, I haven't seen any cats tonight. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. I'm the world's worst streamer. The evening with Pierre. You mean the concert? Rose from college and the sister is a little too excited. Is that the You're My Present This Year commercial? Because I never thought about it in a creepy way, but now I will never think about it a different way again. Evening with Pierre. Gross. Kitty Game is back on the air. Okay, but does anybody remember the Not Even Once ad campaign about not doing meth, where the girl starts, like, peeling her skin off? Like, I hated that one. I hated it so much, and I know that was the point, but Jesus Christ. Um, 10 minutes later, the warm-up act finally began. It was this group of 3 guys and a girl wearing more ripped clothing than I have ever seen in my life. It was so ripped that if you'd put it all together, it would have made like one t-shirt and one pair of jeans. They sang really loudly, and the whole time they sang, they jumped up and down, not bouncing a little in time to the beat, but actually jumping like in gym class. How could they do that and play the instruments at the same time? I looked at Amalia and could see she was trying to figure this out too. The noise level in the room was rising. The band was growing louder, but not many people were listening to them. They were still trying to talk to each other, so now they were shouting. Rick returned and brought Sunny and Ducky each another shot of tequila. Ducky looked plenty relaxed to me. After about 45 minutes, the group, whose name I still don't know, played their final song. They ended it with a huge group jump, and one of the guys threw his tambourine to the floor. Then he picked it up and threw it out into the audience. The girl who caught it waved around her head, but the room was so deafeningly noisy that you couldn't hear it at all. If you're going to a rock concert, especially, you should wear earplugs. Please stop drinking. Please, please, please. Canadian drinking and driving. Wait, OMG, Jake from Animorphs is absolutely that Folgers commercial. God, I never thought about the Folgers commercial. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God. I always thought it was like a corny cliche commercial. But oh my God. Ugh. Ah. Brother was home. Did I say tangerine? Tambourine. Jesus Christ. I'm not even drinking. Is a second house hippo PSA? Yes, and he came back from Africa, not college. Yeah, I always thought she was just like happy because she hadn't seen him because he was on another continent. It sucks and looks worse. You guys are making me want to do a video of just PSAs. The lights came up and a flurry of activity began on the stage. The group removed their instruments and equipment. The new equipment was set up. It was set up very quickly, and each piece was marked Jack's. A thrill of excitement rushed through me. When the lights dimmed once again, everybody grew absolutely silent. I thought I could hear Ducky breathing. That's not ever been true at a rock concert, ever. On the other side of the table, from somewhere behind me, an announcer said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Jack's!" The room exploded in applause and whistles and cheers, and then it grew quiet again as the members of Jack's, 3 guys and 2 girls, filed onto the stage. Pierre was the 4th one to appear, and he was the only one who looked out at the audience, looked at us with those piercing, gentle, sincere eyes, and he looked right at me. I swear he did, and he smiled at me. And a moment later, Pierre and the other band members glanced at one another and nodded once, and blam! They burst into their first song. It was like the room was so quiet, and then all of a sudden, it was this fireball of sound. Pierre stood off to the right with one of the girls, and you could tell that as they sang, they just totally lost themselves in the music. Pierre closed his eyes, of course. He always does when he sings. He hardly ever opens them, no matter how much he jumped around. Although Jax did not leap up and down the way the warm-up group did, I knew that he had to be off in his own world in order to stay involved with the music. I don't pretend to be a very, like, educated person when it comes to music. However, I have synesthesia, which I have the kind of synesthesia where you can, like, see colors when you hear sounds. So I usually close my eyes when I sing because it tends to be better, and I think it's because I can, like, more aptly concentrate on the colors, which are in accordance with notes, and I feel like it's just easier for me. Oh, Dawn, LOL. She got drugged as fuck. Please do a video of just PSAs. I'd sell my soul again for that. Okay, I'll do it. I remember, do you guys remember like a year ago? I did a video of just 80s commercials, and it was like there were too many for one video. So I was like, we covered like the first half of the compilation. And I was like, if you guys like it, I'll come back and do the other half. I never came back into the other half. I've been feeling guilty about that for over a year now. The smoking ones for the monsters are coming for you. Something always. Gaming ads. Oh, yeah. One of these days I'm getting drugged. Oh, sales fraud. Oh, Pierre, isn't he so dreamy? Me, get a life. Not commuting, LMAO. I knew what you meant. There's some messed up PSAs from the 40s. Oh, there's some really messed up PAs from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Wild times. I need to do another, educational video from the 50s. It's been a while. I'm really excited to start doing this project. I think after I finish the big Sailor Moon project, I'll start work on the next, like, big project. I think will be this, Girl Scouts 1953 video. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to go about doing that, but I'm very excited to be doing it. Oh, God, yep, I remember that one. I will never forget that one. That was quite a video to do. I thought I was losing my mind. Although Jax did not leap up and down the way the warm-up group did, I knew that he had to be off in his own world in order to stay involved with the music. The first song was loud and wild from beginning to end. The second song was quiet. It was a ballad, a love song. Pierre sang this one on his own, and his voice was so filled with longing that he told the story of a guy and a girl who fell in love and go off to London to spend the rest of their lives together, but then the guy falls for another girl and he feels terrible because he realizes he loves both of them. At first, he doesn't know what to do, but finally he decides his first love is his true love, except that then she has found out about the other girl, so she leaves the guy, and then he has no one. Well, that's not true, because if you really loved her, you wouldn't have cheated on her. By the time the song ended, I was crying. Tears were just rolling down my cheeks. I soaked through 4 napkins trying to get control of myself. Oh, Pierre, I thought, if you and I were those true loves, I wouldn't leave you. Maybe I'd want to have a big talk about faithfulness, and maybe I'd lay down a few ground rules for you to follow, but I wouldn't leave you. I gulped and sniffed and blew my nose again. Then I looked hard, yet lovingly, at Pierre. Hoping he'd open his eyes even just a flicker, I'd send him a message with my own eyes, a message of love and trust to let him, this is so cringe, know that I wouldn't treat him the way the girl in the song treated him. I mean, the way the girl in the song treated the guy in the song. But the girl in the song got cheated on. Dawn needs help. Yes. They were the robot from Planet Danger gets his arms sawed off, and then he's like getting repaired, and he's like, I'm a robot, so you can fix it. You can't. I do not remember that. Must have been a Canada exclusive. Old sex ed videos from the 50s. They're so out of date and cursed. I've thought about it more than once. It is out of date and cursed. That trick or treat PSA. Mom, I remember that one. It aired every year when I was a kid. Okay, I was wondering, surely somebody's gonna remember seeing this in school. Gross and common sense. Dawn needs yoked, not aid. You know, let Dawn grow up and get cheated on, right? Maybe that's karma coming back for. That's terrible. I'm sorry. Even for Dawn, that's far. But Jesus Christ. Only for Dawn do I wish something like that. Look at the kitties. Look at them running around. Saturday evening 3-6. By the third song, the audience had relaxed a little. We were still under the spell of Jax, but we were no longer transfixed. People began to get up and move around again. Rick and the girl delivered another shot to our table, but I barely noticed. The small dance floor in front of the stage started to fill up. I saw people dancing in groups of 3 or 4, or in pairs, or even alone. I would be so, like, antsy sitting down watching a rock concert. Like, I have to move when music is on. I'm one of those people. I think it's the ADHD. I think it's the hyperactive part of the ADHD. I saw people dancing in groups of 3 or 4, or in pairs, or even alone. One guy stood at the edge of the dance floor with his eyes shut, swaying in time to the music for nearly half an hour. Girls danced together, guys danced together, people drifted around and danced with people they didn't know. For the entire first half of the concert, I was glued to my seat, gazing at Pierre, who rarely opened his eyes. Finally, Ducky said to me, "Want to dance, Dawn?" Sonny was off dancing with someone else, someone I'd never seen before. "Sure," I said to Ducky. We edged through the sea of tables to the dance floor. I'd never danced with Ducky, and he turned out to be wild. He was all over the place, at least as much as he could be in that small, crowded area. But he was really good. People turned to look at him. After a while, I couldn't keep up with him. So when this girl and this guy sort of started dancing with him, I signaled that I was going to head back to our table. When I got there, I found that both Sunny and Amalia were off somewhere else, so I sat alone in my seat next to the cluster of shot glasses and lost myself in Pierre's world, sitting alone at our end of the table with most of the people in the room, either dancing or just listening to Jax. I could fantasize endlessly about Pierre. I mean, here he was in the same room, just yards away from me. This was my best fantasy of the evening. The concert ends a little earlier than we have figured, which is good because we don't have to call Dad right away. I guess she did call Dad. I say, let's go, and Carol. Let's go, just for Carol. Let's go to the back entrance and see if we can see Jax when they leave. Of course, I'm thinking that maybe I would get to speak to Pierre, so we wait by the back door. Miraculously, we are the only ones waiting at the back door, and soon the members of Jax start to leave. They are dressed in their regular clothes, which do not look all that different from their concert clothes, but you can tell they are more relaxed and comfortable now. I look directly into Pierre's eyes and find that he is looking directly into mine, and we just melt, both of us. All right, sure, Jan. Sure, Dawn. "Hello," Pierre says to me in his wonderful low voice. I can barely speak, but I do manage to squeak out, "Hello." The next thing I know, Pierre is inviting me out for coffee, and we're on our own. What in the imagines? That night, he proposes to me. We go steady until I'm old enough to get married. Meanwhile, I manage his career, and thanks to me, he remains wildly successful. We are partners for life. Later Saturday night, 3/6. The concert ended after a mere 5 minutes. That's how it felt. Anyway, I was surprised to look at my watch and see that it was almost 1:30 a.m. Hi, Perry. Come on. Hi, Perry. Okay, you can be anywhere except on the keyboard. Can you do that for me? Perry. What the hell is going on? Dawn is being a teenager. That's what's going on. Well, hello. Maybe playing in corner. Oh. Okay, Perry. Ah, good. Can you... There you go. Good girl, Perry. Ah. I was in heaven. Until the lights came up and I looked across the table at Ducky. I don't know when he had stopped dancing and returned to the table, but at some Perry. But it's some... What in the imagines is now a thing, right? But at some point he had, and now he was sitting before the shot glasses, his face weary and his eyes glazed. Whoa, Ducky, I said quietly. Ducky looked up at me slowly with hooded eyes. What? How much did you have to drink? Next to him, Sunny made a face at me. Well, let's see, she said. Let's count the shot glasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 shots of tequila, and Ducky and I were both drinking. So now let's do the math. I had 3, 5 minus 3. My, that's difficult. I almost need a calculator, but oh, shut up, Sunny, I muttered. Sunny, shut up. I looked at Ducky. I looked at Amalia. 2 shots of tequila, I said to her. Plus that other thing, Amalia nodded. Then she said, Ducky, are you wasted? Ducky grinned tiredly. I may not be wasted, but I'm definitely wiped. Maybe I shouldn't have danced so hard. Plus, I was so tired to begin with. I guess that doesn't mix well with a few drinks. Nurse, he said, turning to Sunny, what time was my last shot? Ducky, this is serious, I exclaimed. Ducky, this is serious, said Sunny. Sunny, I said warningly. Sunny said warningly. Stop that. Ducky, she's acting like a 6-year-old, I cried. Ducky, she's acting like a 6-year-old, Sunny cried, then let loose with a belly laugh. I turned to Amalia. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Sunny asked Amalia. Amalia took Perry. 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 Perry, we've had a relatively hassle-free night tonight. Ducky, if you have to ask how drunk you are, you're too drunk to drive. Yep. Here, Perry, what if I move it so that you have a little bit more space? Is that a good compromise? You're a cat, so I shouldn't have to compromise, but you know. Perry, ah! Amalia took me by the arm and pulled me away from the table. Let's let Sunny and Ducky calm down a little, she said. We don't have to leave right away. Maybe we could hang around the back door and wait for Jax. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Perry? Perry. If you pull keys out of my keyboard, I'm gonna be pissed. But I'm gonna forgive you because you're Perry, and that's gonna make me more pissed. I brought you chaos. Now love me, bitches. Harry, don't scratch the computer. Give Perry catnip. Oh dear God, hang on. Harry, if you're actually gonna go to sleep, I'll let you sit there. Of course, I can't change anything on the desktop because she's literally right here. Hang on. So sorry, Perry. Give me 1 second. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb you. Okay. Hang on, we're going full screen for a second, guys. Ah! Perry, careful. Perry can do no wrong. Perry is God. God of what, we'll never know, but God of something. Sorry, just wanted to make sure she didn't mess anything up while I wasn't looking. Ooh. Let's see. Perry, careful. Perry. Okay, Perry. Can you be slightly less chaos right now? Just a little. He's like, no. No, I cannot. I am Perry. Okay, good girl, Perry. She's laying down like a very good Perry. Here. Perry wants to get catnip wasted. So my mom gave our cats catnip tea bags, and none of them are super interested in them, except for Perry and our other cat, Mr. Monk. Okay, according to my daydream, it would be more than fun, but I didn't think we had the time. Amalia, we can't. I have to call my father and tell him we're on our way home. Why? Call him at 2 and tell him the concert ended then. I looked at my watch. That's only 20 minutes from now. Do you really think Ducky will be ready to drive at 2 o'clock? Amalia and I turned to look at Ducky, who was now slumped in one chair with his feet resting on a second chair and his head propped up. Perry! Perry! You're stepping on things, Perry. Perry. And his head propped up on his hand. He looked ready to fall asleep. He also suddenly looked sad. Amalia made a little face. I guess not. We have to talk to him. I said, okay, and if Sunny bothers you, just ignore her. Amalia and I returned to the table and sat down across from Ducky. Perry? Ducky, I said. This time, Sunny remained quiet. Yeah, said Ducky. Are you okay? Amalia asked him. And I could tell she meant more than simply, are you okay to drive? The room was emptying out around us, and I watched people slide by as I waited for Ducky's answer. Dawn. I could call my dad and admit to how things got out of hand, or I can be myself. Yeah, right? She could just be like, hey, Dad, here's the situation. Can you come get me? Ducky didn't... Look, Perry! Hang on. Perry, you're about to get banished. Sorry, Perry. How did you do this? Oh, Perry, careful. How this? Good night, Adriel. My phone says I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed too. I have no idea how she just did what she just did. What? That's not gonna work. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Perry broke stuff. Alright, hang on. Perry broke it. Hey, Dad. Ducky's brother's friend gave Ducky and Sunny drinks, and I think they had alcohol in them. Please come get us. It's a simple, and no one gets blamed for intentionally drinking, right? I'm guessing Perry's side gig isn't at Geek Squad. No. But she would look adorable in the glasses, wouldn't she? Alright, we're almost done, guys. Just a little bit more, and then we have finished Dawn books from the series. Okay. Sunday morning, 3/7. Ducky didn't even... Oh my god, I just gotta chill. Ducky didn't even lift his head from his hand. I'm just really tired, he said. I've probably never been more tired in my life. Well, he had probably never been so wrung out and emotional, and then had a drink plus 2 shots of tequila and danced like a madman. Do you want to talk about anything, Amalia asked him gently. Ducky smiled. Yes, but not when it's almost 2 o'clock and I have to get you all you guys home. Can you get us home, Ducky? I asked. Or are you okay to drive? Of course he's okay to drive, spoke up Sunny. I could drive home right now, and I had more to drink than he did. Okay, I said. A, you are 3 years away from getting your license, and B, you are not in any condition to drive either. Ducky, do you think you can drive us home? I asked again. Ducky looked at the tabletop. I'm awfully sleepy, he admitted. But can you drive? Asked Amalia. And I feel like all my bones have slipped out of my body. Oh, God, I muttered. I guess I better not drive, Ducky finally said. I could drive, Sunny said brightly. Amalia looked at her and rolled her eyes. No, really, I could, said Sunny. I've watched people drive millions of times, and sometimes when my parents aren't home, I drive up and down the carway. I glanced at Amalia. I almost smiled. Sunny, did you hear what you just said? Asked Amalia. What? You said drive the drive up and down the carway. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, I answered. You mean that if you could drive and you can't, you aren't in any condition to. And neither am I, Ducky said again. I almost felt relieved that Ducky had admitted this and now wouldn't have to risk getting in the car with him and finding out that he couldn't drive. But when it was way too late, like when we had just collided with a semi on the freeway. Now, however, I was going to have to call Dad and tell him what bad judgment I'd exercised by thinking that I could trust my pal Ducky, and that Dad was going to have to pay for my bad judgment by getting dressed and driving all the way to North Palo at 2 in the morning. Even so, I said, well, I have to call Dad now anyway, so I guess I'll ask him to come pick us up. Ducky, you can leave your car here, and you and Ted can drive back tomorrow in Ted's car to get it. It should be okay overnight. Dad's not going to be happy about... I stopped thinking about Sunny was gaping at me. What? I said. Are you crazy? Sunny burst out. Are you crazy? No. What? We are not calling your father and asking him to drive here and get us like 4 little babies. You must be out of your mind. You'd rather get in the car... No, Sunny, you don't understand. These parents are actually involved. Oh, God, Dawn. Oh, God, is Dawn going to drive? I hope not. You must be out of your mind. You'd rather get in the car with someone who's incapable of driving, I said hotly to Sunny. I am really drowsy, interjected Ducky, and I read somewhere that drowsy drivers can cause more accidents than... Sunny cut him off. You can drive just fine, she said. She stood up. Get up, she ordered Ducky. Come on, if Dawn doesn't want to come with us, she doesn't have to. She can call her father, and he can pick her up, but the rest of us don't have to be humiliated. Sunny, keep your voice down, I cried softly. I had just realized we were the only people left in the room. Sunny glared at me. Later Sunday morning, 3/7. I wondered if we were going to get kicked out of the club, but when the couple of busboys came into the room a few minutes later, they just started clearing tables and didn't pay attention to us, which was a good thing, because Sunny started this huge fight with me. Dawn, quit telling me what to do, she cried. Dawn, quit telling me what to do, she cried. At first, I couldn't think what I had told her to do. Then I remembered telling her to keep her voice down. I didn't tell you what to do, I said. You're always telling me what to do, how to dress, how to act. who to hang out with, to visit mom more often, to be more responsible. Sunny's list went on and on and on. It went on for so long that I lost interest and tried to get back to the matter at hand. Of course she lost interest in hearing about all the things that she's done wrong. Okay, Sunny would be getting a slap right about now for me. Yeah, I love Sunny, but this is a bad idea. No, Dawn's not driving. We're just saying, oof. Well, unfortunately, Sunny has a clearly higher alcohol tolerance than Ducky. Yep. You stupid fucking children. Yes. Jesus Christ. There is no way that I am getting into the car with Ducky at the wheel, I announced as soon as the list was finished. Good. I just said you didn't have to. Go call your father. He can pick you up. Amali and I will go with Ducky. Ducky, you'll be a friend and drive us, won't you? Pleaded Sunny. Oh, man, said Ducky sleepily. I could feel the color drain from my face. Ducky will do absolutely anything for Sunny, and if she begged him to drive, then he'd drive. It was true that I didn't have to get in the car with Ducky, but I didn't want anyone to get in the car with Ducky, including Ducky. I hate that I agree with her right now. Come on, Ducky, said Sunny. Let's go. Where are your keys? She said. She tugged at Ducky's arm. Ducky got to his feet groggily. He reached into his pocket and pulled out first his wallet, then his keys, without even thinking. It was entirely unpremeditated. I grabbed Ducky's keys out of his hand and dropped them into my purse. Sunny's mouth fell open. The next thing I knew, she had lunged for me. I clutched my purse to my chest and crossed my arms over it. Sunny tried to pry my wrist away from the purse. Give it, she said hoarsely. No, give it. No, absolutely not. At this point, someone older than the busboys, the manager maybe, appeared through a door near the stage. Okay, kids, he said, the show's over. Move along now. I ran for the double doors leading back to the hallway and the front entrance to the club. Sunny was right behind me. Behind her was Amalia, and behind her, following more slowly, was Ducky. As soon as we had run through the double doors, Sunny grabbed me from behind. Give me the key ring, she said slowly, in this really quiet voice. It scared me a little. Forget it, Sunny, I said. I looked around the vestibule and saw a bank of 4 payphones. I ran for them, dropped some change in the first one, and dialed our phone number. I hoped I wasn't going to have to wrestle Sunny during the conversation, but she was now arguing with Ducky on the other side of the hall. Dad, I said the moment I heard his voice, the concert's over and did you have fun? Yes, but Dad, you're going to hate this. What is it? Dad's voice was immediately sharper. Ducky's exhausted. He's been having a really hard time lately, and he hasn't been sleeping much, so now he thinks he's a little too tired to drive safely, I mean. So I was wondering if you could come and get us. Ducky will have to come back tomorrow for his car. There was a horrible silence on Dad's end of the phone. Then he said stiffly, very well, tell me exactly where you are. I'll be there as soon as I can. I gave Dad directions to the club and hung up the phone. Even later Saturday morning, 3-7, or Sunday morning, 3-7. Just call a fucking Uber. Yeah, this is the 90s. They didn't have Ubers. They had cabs, but like, it had to be an expensive cab. I would use it. Taxi. Oh, it's like taco. What? I was picturing like a taco-shaped car. They also had tacos, so your first statement wasn't wrong. It was not wrong. Club? Yeah, they were at a concert at a club. Like, you know, like the concerts, actually every concert I've been at has technically been in a club. You know, the ones where like they card you and then if you're over 21, they give you a bracelet so that you can drink. Just let Jesus take the wheel. Here's the conversation that followed when I joined Ducky. Amalia and Sunny again. Note that I clutched my purse the entire time. Me. Okay, Dad's on his way. Sunny, sarcastically. Fabulous. Ducky and Amalia, looking truly relieved. Good. Sunny, you can wait for your father, Dawn, but I am going to take a bus home. I am not going to ride with him. Me, you can't take a bus home. You're by yourself in the middle of the night. Sunny, I refuse to be humiliated by being picked up by your father, Dawn. We'll get lectured all the way home. Me. Amalia, Sunny can't go home by herself. Sunny. How are you going to stop me? And anyway, Amalia, Ducky, what do you guys want to get lectured? Do you guys want to get lectured by Mr. Schafer? Come with me. Let Dawn go by herself. Ducky. No way. I don't think I have enough money left for a bus fare anyway. I'm not going to leave Dawn here. It's not safe. Aw. Sunny, but you'd let me go find the bus station by myself? Ducky, no, I was going to tell you not to go. Sunny, you were going to tell me not to go? You can't tell me what to do. Nobody can. Me, you think it's safe for you to wander around the middle of the night when it isn't safe for anyone else? That you're immune somehow? Sunny, no, turn your hearing aid up. Dawn, that isn't what I said. I said that nobody can tell me what to do. Ducky, well, technically, Sunny, anyone can tell you what to do. I can tell you to walk home now, but you don't have to decide to do it. Sunny, for a moment, just a fleeting moment, Sunny looks hurt and confused before making this incredibly disgusted face. And the point is, she's now speaking as if she's addressing a room of kindergartners. Dawn's father is going to be here in a little while, and if you guys don't want to face the lecture of your lives, then you'd better come with me to find the bus station. Ducky, now sounding really impatient, which is not like him. Sunny, I already told you I don't have any money. Sunny, I can cover you. Amalia, are you sure there is a bus at this hour, Sunny? Sunny, hesitating. No, but there must be buses run all the time. Me, now feeling even more disgusted that Sunny looks. They do not. Sunny, do too. Me, do not. Jesus Christ. Since this is the 90s, then they could hitchhike, though I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah. Lecture is better than getting kidnapped. Sure is. Is Dawn slowly getting common sense? No. Well, she's in a room full of drunk people, mostly, so, like, she's sadly the only one thinking common sense, but she's still somehow making it about her, which is weird. Not unlike her, but, you know. Oh. Sunny and I actually got caught up in a do to, do not thing while Ducky and Amalia looked on. Amalia was rolling her eyes. Since I was afraid Sunny might simply be trying to distract me, I kept my purse clutched to me at all times. Finally, Sunny turned to Ducky and Amalia and said to them, "So, are you two coming with me or not?" Sunny, "No," said Ducky firmly. I have never heard him talk to her that way. "It's a stupid idea, and I'm practically asleep on my feet." Amalia, said Sunny. Amalia sighed and rolled her eyes again. "I can't believe you guys," exclaimed Sunny. "All right, I'm leaving." She turned and marched to the front door. "Sunny," Ducky sounded so tired. "You can't go by yourself." "Then come with me." "No, this is ridiculous." "Okay, bye." "Sunny, make Dawn give you back your keys." Ducky looked at me. "I'm not giving them back," I said. "Take them from her," said Sunny. "I can't, and even if I could, I'm not in any condition to drive. That's what started this whole thing, Sunny." "You know what? You are a wimp," Sunny said to Ducky. "You never stand up for yourself. You don't do anything. No wonder your friends are a bunch of 13-year-old girls. Guys think you're a dweeb, and girls your own age don't even look twice at you." "Sunny!" I exclaimed. "Well, it's true. How..." Hi, Laser. It's a Dawn book. It's going about as well as you could expect. Ducky cast his eyes to the floor. For a moment, no one said a word. Then Sunny glared at the rest of us. "Dawn, are you going to give the keys back?" she finally asked. "No." "Okay, then I'm leaving." This time, no one argued with her. I said, "And I'm staying." I'm staying with her," said Ducky, trying to sound defiant, but still looking at the floor. "Fine." Sunny pushed open the door. "Hurry along, kids," said a voice from behind us. "Club's closing. Last bus will be leaving soon." I turned and saw a guy in a blue uniform with a mop and bucket on wheels. Amalia and Ducky and I followed Sunny out the door. She never looked back at us, just kept going down the sidewalk. Finally, Amalia said, "Oh, I'll go with her. She can't go by herself." "Amalia," I started to say, "it'll be okay. You two stick together. We'll stick together. I'll call you guys tomorrow. And if we miss the bus, I promise I'll call a cab. I'll figure out how to pay for it." Amalia caught up with Sunny. A moment later, Sunny turned back to Ducky and me. You are lousy friends, both of you, she called to us. As far as I am concerned, we are no longer friends. Well, I already knew that Sunny and I weren't friends, but Sunny and Ducky? Did Sunny really mean that? That she and Ducky are no longer friends? I couldn't worry about it, though. I was much more worried about the stricken look on Ducky's face. I knew how he felt, or I thought I did. I felt that way. I felt the way I would feel if Ducky had said he and I were no longer friends, and if he had just insulted me in the most hurtful way he could think of. Oh, like you did. Like you did just a second ago, Dawn. I took Ducky's hand. We sat down on a low... Let me try that again. I took Ducky's hand. We sat down on a low wall outside the club and waited for Dad to arrive. Funny that Sunny says Ducky can't stand up for himself because he's standing up to her. Yeah. So Sunny, Ducky is clearly not interested in girls like that. Yeah. Although the last part, the back of his last book does say Sunny and I are just friends. Sunny and I are just friends. Sunny and I are just friends. Like he's trying to convince himself. So like, I don't think Ducky knows what his sexuality is, but it's definitely not straight. That's for damn sure. He's making as much common sense as physically possible for Dawn. Yep. Volunteer morning on a Friday. Don't be sorry. What is common sense and the situation is cursed? Oh, yeah. Sunny clearly projecting onto Ducky her own insecurity. Yup. This is why we don't try to drink away our feelings. Yep. It's a lesson you have to learn with age, I think. This is just seltzer water, by the way. I had several people the last time I was drinking one of these visibly in a video be like, oh, Avery, you're drinking. And one, I'm 26, I can drink, but two, this is clear American seltzer peach water. Falling asleep, I know. I'm excited to get off, not to get off stream, but just to be done with this book, and sleep is gonna be nice. Later, Saturday afternoon, 3/7, I tried to talk to Ducky while we waited for Dad. He barely answered me, but he said this was because he was so very tired. Sunny didn't mean what she said, I told Ducky. Ducky had found a small rock. He tossed it from hand to hand. She gets crazy sometimes. I tried again, I guess. You know about her mom and the chemo, right? Ducky nodded, but we both knew it wasn't an excuse for the things Sunny had just said. When I felt that I couldn't pull another word out of Ducky, even though I could think of lots of things to say to him, like that I love Ducky and would never treat him that way, we finally sat silently on the wall. I remembered to remove my funky earrings. A few cars drove down the street. Oh, I would have forgotten. Including a police cruiser. A man and a woman walked down the other side of the street. The streetlights were on, of course, so we weren't exactly sitting in the dark. Still, I began to feel creepy. I was pretty relieved when I saw Dad pull up. Ducky and I jumped to our feet and hurried to the car. I got in the front next to Dad. Ducky climbed in back. I noticed a pail on the seat and had a feeling Dad had put it there for Ducky for barfing purposes, which meant he hadn't believed me when I said that Ducky was just tired. Dad greeted us with, "Where are the others?" Ducky started to answer, but I cut him off. "They got a ride with friends," I said quickly. "But I knew you wouldn't want me to do that, and Ducky didn't want me to wait here by myself." Dad swiveled around and looked at Ducky. "I appreciate that," he said sincerely, "and I appreciate that you were smart enough to speak up when you felt you couldn't drive safely." "Thank you," said Ducky. He hesitated, then added, "Sir, you did the right thing," Dad went on as he started the car. "Oh, thank you," Ducky said again. "However," said Dad, and I just knew there was going to be a however, "didn't we talk about drinking and driving less than 5 hours ago?" "Yes," said Ducky and I. "And didn't you promise not to do that?" "Yes," said Ducky. And Dawn, didn't you promise that it wouldn't happen? Yes, so why did it happen? For a moment, I was speechless. How was I supposed to answer that stupid question? Well, said Ducky from the back seat, I only had a couple of drinks, and that was several hours ago. I figured it would have worn off by the time the concert was over, but it's so late now and I'm just so tired. And how did you get those drinks? You aren't old enough to drink on your... Are you, Christopher? No. Well, I was beginning to feel awfully embarrassed. I hadn't thought Dad would grill Ducky like this. Of course he would have, which almost made me laugh. Grill Ducky. But then I realized we were in this mess why we were in this mess in the first place. Sonny, it's not why you're in the mess. You're in the mess because peer pressure. Lately, it seems that any time there's a mess, Sonny seems to have caused it, and I wind up cleaning up after her. That is not what happens. Going to bed, work in the morning. Good night, Patrick. Hashtag Ducky has tastes. Revisionist history. Oh, yeah. I just mixed Canada Dry with Schweppes. I'm such a rebel. Death to Dawn. Hey, Texas. Seltzers are easily confused with seltzer waters and vice versa. Fair enough. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Just a few more pages left. Even later Sunday afternoon, 3/7. I am so glad that my grounding ends tomorrow. I don't think I could take much more of this. Dad didn't say I couldn't leave my room, but I've been cooped up in it because Gracie has been crying a lot today and Jeff has 2 friends over and they've been running around the house like maniacs playing. I don't know what, so my room is the only safe place in this house. I will actually be delighted to go to school tomorrow, even though I'll probably run into Sonny. When Dad said, well, like that to Ducky in the car, I winced, then I turned around to look at Ducky. No, I'm not old enough to drink, said Ducky. So how did you get the drinks? I answered for Ducky since I really didn't see why he should be lectured by my father. I hadn't gotten any further than explaining about the bracelet system when Dad said they were serving alcohol at the concert. Well, yes, I replied. I mean, it's a club. Remember I told you the concert was going to be held in a club? Pause. Yes. My conversation with Maggie was coming back to me, and I was glad I had followed her directions. After another pause, Dad said, so I'm asking you again, Christopher. How did you get the drinks? Were you wearing a bracelet? No, mumbled Ducky. Dad, a friend of Ducky's brother, just came by and asked if we wanted drinks and then got them for us. He was wearing a bracelet. Did you have a drink, Dawn? Suddenly I felt like torturing Dad a little. Yes, I said. Dad nearly drove off the freeway. What? He said quietly. I had a seltzer. Dad narrowed his eyes at me. Anything else? Nope, not even another seltzer. I can attest to that, sir, spoke up Ducky. Well, good, said Dad, but he was shaking his head. Dad, I have to say, I really don't understand exactly why you're so mad. I said I didn't drink and Ducky was responsible enough to admit that he couldn't drive and to let me call you a person who is a safe driver. That reminded me that Ducky's keys were still in my purse, so I fished them out and handed them to him. Then I looked at Dad, waiting for him to answer me. All he said was, we'll discuss this at home. Ah, the dreaded we'll discuss this at home. That's what you get, Dawn. Drinking and driving ain't smart, especially when he's responsible for younger friends. Oh, it's not smart. Yeah. Ducky's going through some stuff. Sonny's going through some stuff. They're kids and they're making bad decisions. Karma. Dawn, this is not a time to backtalk. No, it's not. This is what's called a time to sit there and shut up and be apologetic. And hopefully your parents don't kill you. That's what this is. She can't be worse, so she can only be better. True, you can only go up from here when it's dawn. Monday afternoon, 3/8. I'm getting ahead of myself, or at any rate, my life is getting ahead of my journal. I had thought I'd be able to finish writing about Friday night yesterday, but no. What did Dad suddenly remember at like 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon? My promise to clean out the garage. So I had to put away the journal and spend the next 2 hours sorting through boxes and bags, piles of stuff that needed to go to the recycling center, and dirty, oily tools and gadgets and that no one has used in years. Then after dinner, it was time for my weekend homework. I suppose I could have started it yesterday morning at the beginning of my grounding, but I was too mad, so I had to do it all last night. Update, Mrs. Winslow came back from the hospital while I was cleaning the garage. She rode in the ambulance again. Seeing Mrs. Winslow made me think of Sunny. This mess, the concert, Ducky, Dad being grounded, is basically her fault. I'm not even going to wonder why she's so wild. I know why. Because of her mother, Carol. Carol and I have talked about this endlessly. Okay, that's why she's wild, but why is she cruel, thoughtless, and basically just a bad friend? Oh, really? She's the one that's a bad friend. Dawn? She was so mean to Ducky on Friday night. Ducky, who loves her and looks out for her and at the moment is just as vulnerable as she is. Why did she do that? And why did she insist on drinking and pulling Ducky into that with her? From the second we entered the club, all she could think about was getting a drink. The first thing she wanted to do was buy a bracelet. She probably would have stolen one if she'd had the opportunity. I do not understand Sunny. 5 minutes later, but I still wish we were best friends again. Dawn, are you thinking of Sunny or of the person in the mirror? Right? Oh, my actions have consequences. Oh no. She is allergic to humility. Yes, she is, Milo. Monday night, 3/8. Back to Friday night. I noticed the most interesting thing is Dad was driving us down the freeway back to Palo City. It was Ducky. Now, if I were being driven along and lectured by the father of one of my friends, I would be either absolutely livid or unspeakably embarrassed, but Ducky seemed kind of relieved, even pleased. At first, I couldn't figure out why, but now that I've had time to think about it, I've decided it's because Ducky's own parents can't do this for him. I know he thinks his parents don't care about him and Ted very much. They're in another country, for God's sake, and have left Ducky and Ted on their own, so when Ducky does something wrong, well, that's it. Nothing happens. Ted isn't going to punish him, and chances are his parents will never know he did anything wrong, so maybe it's kind of refreshing for Ducky to be lectured by a parent, even someone else's parent, when he's messed up. At long last, Dad pulled into Ducky's driveway. His parting words as Ducky was opening the back door of our car was something about alcoholism. Ducky just said, "Yes, sir," kind of saluted Dad, and then let himself into his house. I don't think Ted was home. Poor Ducky. It's funny, Dad was being all lectury and stern, but he didn't do the one thing I'd been sure he'd do. He didn't ask to have a word with Ted when we reached the McRae's house. He knew Mr. and Mrs. McRae weren't there, but I guess he realized that even Ted wasn't there, and Ducky was on his own. Maybe Dad will take Ducky under his wing, or not. 2 minutes later, just reread last entry. Another duck pun. Couldn't help it. I'll make Dawn a decent human being. Angry Dawn fans be damned. It's 12:30. What time is it for you in the chat? It's 12:30 for me where I am to my sleep schedule has been messed up from being sick and not having my medicine and going through all kinds of stuff at once, but I'm going to sleep eventually. I just need to finish this book first because I absolutely refuse to give Dawn another night of her own book. Later Monday night, 3/8. Dad and I were pretty quiet as we drove to our house. It was 3 o'clock when we finally parked the car in the garage. To my surprise, Carol was up waiting for us. She'd made tea. She and Dad and I sat around the kitchen table and talked. Neither Dad nor Carol seemed particularly angry. Still, I wasn't surprised when they told me I was grounded for the rest of the weekend. It had something to do with choosing my friends and not begging to put myself in situations that were basically too old for me. Mom, man, I hope they never find out about the party at Miss Kruger's house. Finally, just after 3:30, we all went to bed. Despite the bad end to our night, I went to bed and dreamed of Pierre. We were on this beach holding hands. It's not Ducky's a good friend, Mr. and Mrs. Schafer. You don't understand. There's a lot that went into last night. Ducky could probably use a male role model. Yeah. My mom was always saying that about my brother when we were kids. I think it's just he just needs a parental figure. It doesn't necessarily need to be a male role model, but like that would probably be good. And just like he just needs a parent. Like he was like with Ms. Kruger, he like gravitates towards adults that actually are supportive and there for him because he hasn't really had that a lot. I'm concerned for your health, Avery, and I know almost nothing about being healthy a lot. Don't be concerned for my health. I'm fine. It's just been a series of a bunch of things that have just work schedule, being sick, my medicine, which I finally got refilled. It's just a lot of things that have thrown off my sleep schedule, and I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to kind of ease back into having a more normal sleep schedule, but alas. Maybe Dawn should explain that Ducky watched his best friend try to commit unalive twice. Yeah, right? Gay teens always latch on to their nice teachers. Tuesday afternoon, 3/9. For some reason, the days are dragging by. Well, of course, Saturday and Sunday drag because of being grounded and stuck in the house, and cleaning the garage was no picnic. It only took 2 hours. Oh my god. But they felt like 8. I must speak with Maggie about the bribing aspect of her scheme. It may not work for everybody. The last 2 days have been pretty draggy, too. I just feel so bad for Ducky. When I got to school yesterday morning, Maggie and Amalia pounced on me right away. I hadn't spoken to Amalia since her call Saturday, and Carol had only taken phone messages from Maggie. I was sure Maggie and Amalia had spoken to each other, though. Are you still grounded? Was Maggie's greeting. Nope, it's over. I twisted the dial on my locker. What happened over the weekend? Asked Amalia. Nothing. And I mean nothing, I replied. It was the quietest, most boring weekend on record. I wrote in my journal, did my homework, and cleaned out the garage. Period. Ooh, writing in your journal about writing in your journal, that's truly when you don't have anything to talk about. Have you guys spoken to Sunny? I talked to her yesterday, said Maggie. Boy, was she mad. At me? I asked. Mostly. But she was the one with the stupid idea of getting drinks for Ducky, our driver. I didn't say she was right, said Maggie. Besides, she was also really mad at Ducky, added Amalia. At Ducky? Why? I asked. Well, I think because he took your side on Friday night. He agreed with you that he shouldn't drive, and then he waited with you for your father to pick you up. I pulled 2 books out of my locker, then slammed the door shut. Well, I'm really mad at Sunny. Ducky should be too, I said. At that very moment, Ducky materialized behind Maggie. He was wearing that baseball cap again with the bill pointing left. Maggie turned and saw him. What's with the hat? She asked. It's protecting me from Sunny, he replied. As long as I'm wearing this, she has no power in my immediate universe. Why do you need protection from Sunny? Asked Amalia. Ducky just looked at her. Amalia? Okay, it's just that I don't think she'll stay mad at you. Ducky looked hopeful. You don't? Then maybe she isn't still mad at me. I haven't seen her yet. Later Tuesday afternoon, 3/9. Sunny was most definitely still mad at Ducky, but we didn't discover this until later in the morning. Classes were changing, and Ducky and I were talking in the hall for a minute. I spotted Sunny walking toward us, and I nudged Ducky. Hey, Sunny, said Ducky brightly, as he approached us. Sunny glanced at Ducky, then glanced away and passed by us without a word. The look on Ducky's face was just awful. He removed the cap and put it in his pocket. I could have killed Sunny. It'll be okay, I told Ducky. Yeah, he said. Tuesday night, 3/9. Mrs. Winslow went back to the hospital today. Back and forth, back and forth. It must be horrible for her and for Sunny. At the moment, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Sunny, though. She could make her ordeal easier by letting us be her friends again, but she won't. She keeps pushing us away. Okay, way to victim blame, Dawn. I can't believe she's pushing Ducky away now, too. Wednesday afternoon, 3:10. Looking out my window, and there's Ducky. He's just standing on the sidewalk in front of Sunny's house. Well, that's not a good sign. Yeah, they probably won't fully make up with Sunny until her mom's funeral. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Night, Chris. Stay safe, too. We do have another long book tomorrow. Yep. We're going to start at 7. And try to keep ourselves on track, and unfortunately forego the extra chapter of Power Rangers, even though I always look forward to that. Oh, shoot, before I forget, week from tomorrow, I can't stream on Friday. I have family coming into town. I just thought I'd let you know before I forget, and then it's like the day before, and I'm like, oh no. Dawn, just yeet yourself. Wednesday evening, 3:10. When I saw Ducky, I opened our front door and called to him. We sat around and talked for a while. He was hoping to see Sunny, of course, and that moment something occurred to me. Ducky, I said, what happened to you after school? Your after-school job? Aren't you supposed to be working at Sunny's father's store? What had occurred to me was that I'd seen Ducky around in the afternoons an awful lot, and I had just remembered that he worked in the afternoons, or he used to. Ducky mumbled something about quitting the job. When? I asked. A month ago. Maybe more. Why? All this stuff, Alex, I tried to understand. Didn't you like working? It was just too much pressure, too much everything, and think how embarrassing it would be if I worked there now. Why? Because of running into Sunny? Yeah. Huh, I made a face. You wouldn't run into her there, Ducky. She's never at home. She's never at the store and hardly ever at the hospital. Mostly she's wherever her parents aren't. Well, none of that's true. Ducky sighed. I thought she kind of relied on me, he said. I didn't think she'd turn away from me, too. Carol has a theory, I said. And just remember, I can hear you from the kitchen, Carol called to us. I'll try to be accurate. I called back. Then I said to Ducky, Carol's theory is that if Sunny pushes us away first, then we can't leave her, technically. Is that right, Carol? Technically, she replied. Well, it doesn't hurt any less, said Ducky. I know. The phone rang then, and a moment later, Carol poked her head into the living room and said, Dawn, it's Maggie. I'll get the cordless phone, I told her. I walked around the living room while I talked to Maggie. Ducky examined a ceramic dolphin, and then the hole at the knee of his jeans. He looked bored. After a few minutes, Maggie said, So, do you want to go to the square after school tomorrow? The square? I replied, Sure. Ducky looked up with interest. Ducky, do you want to go to the square with us tomorrow? I asked. Ducky looked a teeny bit less bored. Why not? Maggie, Ducky's going to come too, I said into the phone. I thought we were keeping the square a secret from Carol and Dad. Don't just announce it. I have spring break from my major appliance program, so I promised my aunt I'd go to San Diego to fix her dryer when I had a chance. How funny, I'll be visiting family. Okay, good timing. Perfect. Good timing, universe. Yeah, my aunt and her boyfriend are going to be in town, so Friday I'll be able to read Sunny's book 1 week from today, but then next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, I don't usually stream. I haven't been streaming on Sundays, but Friday, Saturday streams are going to be off, and we'll be back to streaming by Monday for Kingdom Hearts. Misery with your family. Oh, Milo is just like, it's not fine. How dare you have a family and not be able to stream? Kidding, I know. We'll miss one Animorphs day and one gay breeding day, but then we'll be back to normal. All right, almost there, almost there. Cafeteria Thursday 3:11 lunchtime. Sunny is not in school today. She probably skipped. Thursday evening 3:11. We had so much fun at the square today. It was different going with Ducky though, partly because he's a guy and partly because he's Ducky. And slightly depressed Maggie and I saw it as our job to cheer him up. Speaking of jobs, I think he should get his back. Differences caused by having Ducky along this afternoon. 1. Extreme window shopping. Ducky practically lives for it. 2. More money at end of afternoon. Ducky paid our bill at the tea shop and also bought me a CD. Oh, it was on sale, but still. 3. Covered more ground. Ducky likes looking in stores, but he doesn't like to stay in them long, so we went to like 2,000 of them. 4. Accumulated more flyers than usual. Ducky cannot say no to a person who holds a flyer out to him. 5. Laughed more. Ducky is so funny, even when he's down. 6. Ended the afternoon more wound up than when we'd started. Sometimes Ducky seems like a taut rubber band. The slightest little thing sets him going boing, 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 and soon Maggie and I were going boing, boing, boing too. Ducky must settle down, i.e., he must straighten things out with Sunny one way or another, and he could use that job, and he could probably use his parents too. Once again, poor Ducky. Later Thursday evening, 3:11. That was Dawn saying that, not even me, and unfortunately, I have to say that I agree with Dawn on something again. Poor, poor Ducky. Later Thursday evening, 3:11, I think somewhere earlier in this journal, I wrote desolation. I think it was for something stupid like not getting tickets to see Pierre and Jax. I didn't know what desolation really is. I'll never write something shallow like that again. You will, Dawn. I feel like an old person, and now I know why Sunny cut school. When I came home this afternoon, all happy and wound up from spending the afternoon with Maggie and Ducky, Carol was sitting at the kitchen with Mrs. Bruin, looking very serious. Dawn, I want to talk to you, she said. She sounded so serious. At first, I thought I was in trouble for something. I thought back over the last few weeks and wondered what I'd done. Finally, I said, were a report card sent out? Carol frowned. No. Should I be worried about your report card? No, it's just that, what's wrong? We know what's wrong. Mrs. Bruin slipped out of the kitchen then, and I sat down across the table from Carol. Honey, it's Mrs. Winslow, she began. I know, she's back in the hospital. Well, actually, she's at home again. She came home this morning. Oh, isn't that good news? Carol reached across the table and took my hand. Honey, Mrs. Winslow won't be returning to the hospital. I didn't understand. Ever? What do you mean? Sonny's father has arranged for round-the-clock nursing for Mrs. Winslow at home. Carol was trying to tell me something, and I just wasn't getting it. Okay, I said finally, and there really isn't any more the doctors can do for Mrs. Winslow. She isn't going to get well, Dawn. At last I understood, or thought I did. You mean Mrs. Winslow has come home to die? Oh boy. Most people would have found a way to soften what I had said, but not Carol, and I appreciated that. Well, said Carol, yes, I suppose she has. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I said. I put my forehead on my arm. Carol stood up and moved my side of the table. She held me while I cried, and she didn't say much. Finally, when I sort of had control of myself, I said, I never thought she would die from this. I really thought she would get better, even after they stopped the chemo. I know, said Carol. And then I realized why Sunny had cut school. God, poor Sunny, I said. She wasn't in school today. Carol, she must have known this was going to happen. I bet she stayed at home to be with her mother. Either that or she was somewhere else so she wouldn't have to be with her mother. Well, at least you know not to be just randomly judgmental, although you'll never learn that, Dawn. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, as the old adage goes. Even Dawn can be rational sometimes. Yup. Check out the International Top Model franchise playlist posted in the Discord. Yes, I will. That'll be fun. I just hope we finished Imagine before Avery's family comes to visit. Hopefully we'll be able to maybe finish it this coming week, like day after. Like, well, it's technically Friday now. Happy Friday, everybody. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it tomorrow, Saturday. But that's confusing because we still have Friday night stream and then Saturday stream. So we'll see. We'll see what we can get through. Maybe you should call Sunny, Carol suggested. For some reason, that brought on a fresh wave of tears. When I calmed down again, I said, it's no good. I've tried talking to her, but maybe she'll talk now. This is different. You mean she really needs her friends? I said. Carol nodded. But she really needed us before. Why should this be any different? Because now it's real, Carol replied. Extremely late Thursday night, 3:11. I can't sleep. I've been trying for hours. All I can think about is Sunny and Mrs. Winslow. After dinner tonight, I called Ducky, then Maggie, then Amalia. I told each of them about Sunny's mother. Carol thinks Sunny might want to be friends with us again, I told Ducky. He seemed uncertain, but said he'd try to talk to her in school tomorrow. To Maggie and Amalia, I said simply, Sunny really needs us right now. We all kind of agreed that no matter what Sunny's reaction to us was, we would rally around her. We would make her be our friend again, and then we would stick with her through the worst until things got better again and forever, because that's what friends do. Cafeteria, Friday, 3:12. Sunny isn't making things easy for us. Of course she doesn't know about our plans, so how could she oblige us? At any rate, she's not in school today. Still lunchtime, but later, Friday, 3:12. Maggie and Amalia are here now. I was alone when I wrote the last entry, and Amalia thinks Sunny is in school, but she's not in her classes, I said. Well, I passed her in the hall, Amalia replied. I looked at Maggie, who shrugged. I haven't seen her, she said. Are you sure it was Sunny? I asked Amalia. Positive. Where was she? Coming out of Ms. Kruger's office. Got to go. Lunch is over. 3 secs between... That's what it says. 3 seconds. 3 seconds between class, Friday, 3:12. Just saw Sunny myself. She is here, but not going to classes. Think I'll camp out by her locker at the end of the day and just wait. That sounds ominous. She said she needs her friends, not that she would want to be yours, right? That is not what Carol said, you revisionist, right? We will be back the following Friday with our regularly scheduled Animorphs. Yes. It really will be like a mid-season finale where there's like a one-week break. Like the finale before the holidays. Hi, Perry. You could come up here, but you cannot be on the computer. Things go wrong when you get on the computer. Perry. What did I just say about the computer? Friday evening, 3:12. I waited at Sunny's locker for 15 minutes after the last bell rang. Ducky joined me, and Maggie and Malia. The halls had pretty much cleared out. Well, I said finally. I looked around at my friends. Well, said Ducky. The 4 of us stood up. Now what? Asked Amalia. I sighed. I guess we'll go home. But we keep after her, said Maggie. We aren't going to let her get away from us. She has to know we're here for her, no matter what it takes, said Ducky. Perry? Friday. I feel like that just felt like, in Perry, be careful. In Beauty and the Beast, where she's reading and the little sheep are like eating the corners of her page. That's what Perry just tried to reenact, I swear. Friday night, 3:12. We haven't heard from Sunny. None of us has, but now the light is on in her room. I can see it from my window. Perry! Perry, no claws on the thing. Please. I can see it from my window. It is much too late to call her, but tomorrow I will go next door. Saturday afternoon, 3:13. I'm sitting at my desk looking out my window, and Sunny has just come outside. She's sitting on her back stoop. Oh, God, I think she's crying. It's time for me to go to her. Saturday night, 3:13. My heart was pounding so loudly as I walked across our backyard and into Sunny's yard. I barely even noticed how warm it was. Unusually warm. March. All I could think about was Sunny. She was sitting on the warm for March. All I could think about was Sunny. She was sitting on top of the stoop, kind of hunched over. Her shoulders were shaking. I know she saw me coming, but she didn't say anything. She didn't leave, though, either. That was a good sign. I had no idea what to say, so I just sat down next to her. When she didn't move, I put my arm across her shoulders. She still didn't move, and we sat like that for a while. After a long time, well, it felt like a long time, Sunny's shoulders stopped shaking. She lifted her head and looked at me. I guess you heard, she said. I nodded. Carol told me. And I wasn't sure what Sunny wanted me to say, and, well, I didn't understand at first, but now I do. I cried for a long time. Sunny nodded. They don't know how long it will be. I mean, how long Mom will live. Maybe a few weeks, maybe a couple of months. I turned around and glanced at the door behind us. Sunny looked too. We couldn't see inside, but Sunny saw. Sunny said, "There's a nurse here right now. There are 3 or 4 of them, and they rotate shifts. I feel like I'm living at the hospital." It must be horrible. It's pretty bad. Sunny poked at a pebble with her toe. Then she looked at me. Dawn, I'm really sorry, she said. That's okay. I wasn't sure it really was, but I didn't know what else to say at the moment. Dawn, shut the fuck up. She shouldn't. You haven't apologized at all, Dawn. I think what I meant was that I knew it would be okay, eventually. I know I've been, well, mean, I suggested. I couldn't help it. I knew Sunny was hurting, but she had hurt me too, badly, and I wanted her to know that. If she weren't my best friend, I guess it wouldn't have mattered so much, but she was my best friend, even after everything that had happened. Have I been mean? Asked Sunny. Sometimes. I'm sorry, I've really missed you. I've missed you too, but you kept pushing me away. I know. I didn't press Sunny for an explanation. I was sure Carol had been right. Anyway, the point was that Sunny had missed me, and I thought perhaps she needed me now. It had been a long time since she had confided her feelings in me. Surely that moment something I decided I was willing to try on our friendship again. I'd been without it for so long that I had forgotten just what it felt like, only that it used to be wonderful. Maybe we could forget about the last few months, I said, as if that were possible. It seemed like a good thing to say, though, and if we both tried very, very hard. Really? I nodded. Yeah. Okay. Just promise me something. What? Said Sunny warily. Next time you're sad or upset, instead of disappearing, call me and Amalia. Or Ducky, said Sunny. Definitely Ducky. He called this morning. Did you talk? A little. It was hard because things were kind of busy here, but he's coming over later. Ducky loves you, you know, Sunny. He thinks of you as his sister. I know. I smiled at Sunny. She smiled back. It was a sad smile, but still. Do you want to see Mom? Sunny asked me. Okay, I replied. We stood up, then we put our arms around each other and walked into Sunny's house. On that very depressing note, we have finished Dawn Diary 3. Perry is asleep. It's on that Death to Dawn still. Perry. Come here, Perry. I need an emotional support kitten. That and I can't see. You better person. Distraction time. I bought some Barbie dolls today. Not sure why. It was an impulse buy. Aw, that's cute. Ducky loves you. You know, yep. He thinks of you as his sister. Well, I used to love Barbies when I was a kid. Dolls have been doing great in diversity department lately, but the makeup and clothing designs have been very lacking. It's been better for diversity, worse for the overall, like, fashion, I guess. Just a couple $4 generic ones from the grocery store. Oh, that's cute. All right, well, it's 1 o'clock where I am. Well, 3 minutes till. I will let everybody go, but thank you guys for being here with me. These books are much better with a support system, I think. I know they're really nostalgic for some people. But yeah. Hey, Sammy. I'm good. We're just about to get off, but the VOD obviously will be available if you want to watch back today's story. Yeah, I'm good, though. I'm just gonna go to bed because it's love to hang with you. Love hanging with you guys. It's really great to be able to, like, actually have a community to stream to, because I know some people start streaming and just don't have anyone to stream to, and that's gotta be pretty annoying. So I'm glad that that's not the case here. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you, and I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow for Animorphs. Try to remember where we were in the week. Bye, guys. Thank you.